All right. Good morning, everybody. It is July 5th. Haven't seen everybody in a while. Feels good to be back amongst the Poker Face Society. Lot to talk about. Now, I warned everybody that I was taking a new direction for about close to 2 months, but I really, nailed it home in June, telling everybody there was some things that we probably weren't going to really get too deep in anymore, and we'll try to keep a balanced intellectual diet over here on the Poker Face Society. The big, beautiful bill. That's what today's show is supposed to be about. Of course, there's no way of talking about that without talking about other things as well. I really wanted to know. Well, I'm probably going to be up here for a while because I plan to go through as much of this bill as possible, right? So if you're watching on the replay, you came to the right show for us to break it down. I promise you that. However, I need to start off with another topic briefly. Shout out to Jimmy Dore. You guys that watch me know I really respect Jimmy Dore. I'm not sure how he got away with this one here. It says the CDC. I'm still traumatized to even say this word, right? And they're going to talk about it. But it's the A word. Study showed 1,135% elevated risk in, I don't want to say that word either right now, right? And the reason I don't want to say these words is because I got a whole show that was taken, like a whole channel that was taken from me. Give me a second. Before, for talking about these things. So I don't have any idea how he's getting away with this, and if it's something that maybe it's nothing he's getting away with, maybe it's just the fact that after so much exposure of censorship has come to the forefront, that maybe these companies are being a little bit more lenient. Hold up. Turn my volume up a little bit. These companies are being a little bit more lenient. That could be one. Robert F. Kennedy coming into office, right? So basically, if you don't want to talk about certain things, which YouTube as a company, as a corporation, they did not want me to talk about certain things. Me being a content creator, they were like, nah, you can't talk about you can't talk about the connection of any autism and the V word. Otherwise, we're taking your channel. And they did. Straight up and down. And there was studies. It's not like I was just talking just recklessly, right? No, like I don't do that anyway. So, but I was going to, peer-reviewed articles and research and all this other stuff, and I don't know. They still took the channel. But I woke up this morning and shout out to Jimmy Dore. He got away with putting this video up. I don't know if they're gonna try to hurt him. But let's just take a listen to what Jimmy Dore is talking about on this video before we get into the big, beautiful bill.
Bobby Kennedy does it again. Listen to this. This just should make you angry.
What you would do if you wanted to find the answer, which is to compare outcomes in a fully vaccinated group to health outcomes in an unvaccinated group. And the CDC did that study in 1999. They brought in a team of scientists under a Belgian researcher named Thomas Verstraeten, and they looked at the data. They looked at children who had received the hepatitis vaccine within the first 30 days of life and compare those children to children who had received the vaccine later or not at all. And they found an 1,135% elevated risk of autism among the vaccinated children. And it shocked them. They kept the study secret, and then they manipulated it through 5 different iterations.
Stop right there. I don't know if you heard what he said. It's crazy, America. It's crazy. Actually, it's crazy to the world, because the study I did actually didn't only cover America, but this one does, because we talk about the CDC. But the research that I got back, it didn't only cover America, right? It covered the world. Which means, if the CDC did this study, and it didn't come back 5%, it didn't come back 8%, like some of the solutions that the doctors try to offer people when they're combating certain illnesses, you know. I remember one time, I don't need to tell you the forensic details of this, but you'll understand what I'm saying. I was able to ask the doctor, what is the efficacy for these solutions that you're offering? And not one was over 20%. I don't think one was over 15%. It was like 8%. And I'm like, why are you vouching for things where I know you don't know the side adverse effects for one. And for two, the efficacy rate is ridiculously low. Why would you even put, like, as a human being, I know you're a doctor, I know you're a professional, but as a human being, why would you even stand behind such ridiculousness? And here we have, on the opposite spectrum, so we go from 8% for the efficacy rate to, on the opposite spectrum, the CDC did an autism study that showed 1,135 elevation after what Robert F. Kennedy says children were vaccinated. New York links, we're going to get into that, bro. I'm just giving time for everyone to get in the room. You know, we're going to go through this bill forensically. So I plan to be here for hours. Uncle Andy says next year. There's some good. There's some. I don't know. That's why I did the poll, right? I want to see how other people feel about it, and we're gonna go through this thing together. I just want to kind of start with this. You know what I'm saying? We'll probably do a good few more minutes on this here, because there's a lot I missed and I didn't talk about. But don't worry, I'll start putting out the pre-recorded videos of all the topics that. It didn't go under my radar. I didn't have the time to particularly address it with the same care that it needed to be addressed, right? All type of new technology that basically puts an IP address on you. And again, Saladin has said these things for years. It's just that when I was saying it, people said, "Oh, your show is corny. Your show was whack. No one's paying attention," and they thought that was cute, right? They thought that wasn't by design. You gotta be careful of people who can't see the future. And it doesn't take a lot. I'm not like, I wouldn't say I'm any more. You don't have the same ability. You just have to tap in and be able to see where things are going. So don't be so naive to think that, oh, your numbers are low. So what if they control these numbers, bro? They control these numbers. They can control the velocity of which, of how many people can see you. So if you're talking about something that may shake up the room, that might spark people's critical thinking, why would they want that? They need you dumbed down. They need you talking about the fights that's happening at Diddy's courthouse hearing and all that. And that's not a blow at anybody, because I really rock with Sean G the most, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had a conversation with him. I met Sean G, build with him, and I like Sean G because he keeps it straightforward, 100, right? It's black and white with Sean G. I'm not talking about what he reports. I'm just talking about, you know what I'm saying, my experience with him. You know, if he can do something, it's boom. If he can't, it's boom. So, therefore, I like how he gives it up on his show. But let's get back into this, man. Shout out to my guy, Jimmy Dore.
To try to bury the link. And, we know how they did it. They got rid of all the older children, essentially, and just had younger children who were too young to be diagnosed. And they stratified the data, and they did a lot of other tricks. And all of those studies were the subject of that kind of trickery.
So, people often say the numbers don't lie. And I have to correct them all the time. And I say, numbers do lie. What are you talking about? You got it messed up. Mathematics doesn't lie. Mathematics doesn't lie. Numbers lie all the time. And that's what he's talking about. Playing with the data, right? Manipulating the data, getting rid of older kids, only including younger kids. Like, it's a lot that they were doing. But I tell you what, it seems like, still seems like we're taking the short end of the stick. Uncle Andy says happy 4th. This morning, I asked ChatGPT for some help organizing the show. And even though I knew the answer, I said, what is the significance of the 4th of July? I knew the answer. I just wanted ChatGPT to tell me. It said the significance of July 4th in the United States lies in its being the nation's Independence Day. The celebration of the country's founding and formal separation from British rule. It goes on to say the core ideas in the Declaration that 1, all men are created equal. Well, we're talking about 1776, July 4th, 1976. July 4th, 1776. I don't believe that. Thank you, Uncle Andy. Thank you. Appreciate you. I really don't believe that the framework of the domestic ideology of this nation believes that every man is created equal. It says all men are created equal. I don't think so. Still, to this day, right? That's not me playing the race card. I'm just telling you how I feel that's truthful. You can disagree. That's okay. It says people people have unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe that's true. You have the right of life. I don't know if they can give you the right to have life, though, right? Like, I don't even know if that needed to be said. Like, I don't know if you have a part in that. Liberty, I think they have a part in saying whether you have liberty, freedom here in the United States. Now that they seized it from the Aboriginals here and took it over and then flipped on the people that were their government, which was Great Britain, and went independent. Well, they now control this land. And that's just the short end of the stick. Whether you like it, whether you don't, short end of the stick, people came over, they conquered the land. I don't know if they conquered. It wasn't really a conquer. It's just like, yo, we got this now. I'm the captain now. And so now they say, okay, you have the right to have freedom. All right, we're going to go with that one. In the pursuit of happiness, you have the right to pursue happiness here. You do. Number 3, governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. Ooh. Whoa. I'm going to read that one again, and I'm going to read that one slower, man. And listen to when I say it this time. Governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. Now, this is that wording is very vampirically symbolic. How so, Saladin? How is that vampirically symbolic? Well, if you remember in that movie we watched the other day with the vampires, the vampire had to wait until the people invited him in, right? Clyde Frost is here. Clyde, we're gonna get into it, baby. I trust me. We're gonna get into this. I'm taking it slow because I plan on being here like 4 or 5 hours, and I want to break down the document as much as possible. Look, just so you guys don't think I'm BSing you, I got the document pulled up right here. It's 870 pages. It's 870 pages. So we're gonna get busy, right? So I appreciate everyone coming over. Go ahead and vote while you're waiting. Go ahead and vote if you haven't voted on the poll. So we're gonna get to this document. Just allow me to set the stage real quick, right? We're talking with just July 5th. July 4th weekend, people are out celebrating our independence. And I want us to think. I know some of us are emotional, you understand? Some of us are diehard Americans. We believe, again, when I grew up, things said you turn a product over and it actually said made in America. And that was a big thing. And I'm going to be honest with you. I feel that we, the people, were betrayed. And there is this outer appearance, this marketing appearance that makes it seem like just because you put flags up and you use certain verbiage, it does not mean that the framework really supports Make America Great. Never mind again. Never mind again. Oh, Uncle Andy, you're definitely going to need a nap after this one. You might have to take a break in between. You understand? My wife's going to get her nails done. They're leaving me a home for a moment before we go and eat at these barbecues and stuff like that. So, I'm here. I just hope they feed me before they leave. Now I'm talking about right now I'm just dealing with the core ideas of the Declaration of Independence. And I'm bringing this up so for us to kind of think amongst ourselves, have we moved from these core ideas? Now, we were talking about governments that they derive their power from the consent of the governed. So the things that they're doing right now that we don't particularly agree with, which we'll talk about, they raised the spending budget to $150 billion for the military. Did you agree to that? Did you give your consent? You must have given your consent because the governments, they have their power. So I don't want to be too quick with my words. We got time. Let's get to number 4. People have the right to alter or abolish governments that become destructive to those ends. Woo! These are the core ideas of the Declaration of Independence. Now, I don't care if you're white and rich. I don't care if you're white and poor. I don't care if you're black and gay. I don't care if you're black, gay, and rich. I don't care if you're Spanish and you never touched a lawnmower in your life, which is crazy. If you are a citizen, if you are a legal citizen, not a migrant, I don't care about immigrants. There's many of us are here because of immigrants from wherever. Most of us. It's not that many people that's left that's Aboriginal. I'm talking about groups of people, like even those people. So everyone else, whether you're European or otherwise, African American, Spanish, you're a descendant of someone who came here as an immigrant. Sometimes the people classified as black, their narrative is all over the place. I tend not to subscribe to their conversation all the time. I'm black as a race class system. Obviously, I'm not black, but I'm black as a race class system. But I can't. Everything they pump, I can't get with. You know what I'm saying? Do I think the black people were here on this continent, controlling this continent first before the Europeans came over? No, I don't think they were here controlling this continent. I don't think they were. I think they were here. We were here in small pockets, right? In Cameroons. That doesn't qualify you to. But they say, yo, they lied to us. We was here first. But they're always saying things, right? To try to get over, to try to equal out the playing field. And I don't know if that's how you equal out the playing field. To be honest with you, I think what the black people should be doing, rather than focusing on whether they lied about your history or not, is you should have been focused on where you was going to spend your money, and probably still. I think it's kind of too late for that. I don't know. That's me. I think it's kind of too late. I think we went too far, and Agenda 2030 is in full effect. We have 5 more years. and they're making head ground. They're making some pretty good headway. And I don't know if we can reverse what's already been put in effect. So I think, if black people really wanted to, right now would be a good time to stop listening to stupid music, stupid frequencies, throw away all of these normalcies that hurt the culture, right? Just scrap the old playbook completely. Scrap it. All of it. Religiously, politically, right? Scrap it. And go with logic and reason. And it looks like it's been one big playbook on the black culture. It's like taking away the head ant or the head insect and just watch the rest just scatter away. We have no formal leader, but we do have leaders. We're just isolated. SLP Ground Sound Music is in the building. Salute. SLP says it's clear that the Confederacy is in power and in majority in the House, which gives them power to move their pieces in their favor when they can take over to the power of the people. Yeah, so that's what's happened. They definitely took over the power of the people. But before we get into, and he said Confederacy, so he did not say white people. He just said Confederacy, right? So I don't want to make this a racial show because I'm gonna be very honest with you. There's many different races here that feel the same, and if we're gonna accomplish something, I don't think. Here's what they do. They try to divide us up so that we're diluted as possible, and we're not as potent as a one unit moving in solidarity. This is what they do. I need everyone to understand this, right? So we're gonna break you down and separate you by races, right? And then once we figure that out, okay, now we're gonna break you down and separate you by gender, and we're gonna break you down by your personal sexual preference, right? They just keep these are tactics that they do to delude the people, because the moment we come together honestly, I'm reading you the core ideas. Governments derive their power from the consent of the governed, right? People have the right to alter or abolish governments that become destructive to those ends. Well, obviously, this government has become destructive, right? There's some crazy money laundering going on through the Federal Reserve, which clearly, you know how you can see something is done and then you say, okay, what's next on the rise? So clearly, the United States as a nation, if we don't, I don't know if we can fix this, right? The one hope that it looked like we had to fix this, which was Donald Trump, he went rogue. He's not make America great again. He's not make America great again. We're going to see this as we go through the document. You cannot be make America great again. I don't know what he is, but he's not make America great again. And most of these people are make Israel great, and that's just a fact. It's most of these politicians are make Israel great, and that's not America. And if we're taking money and we're writing bills to allow us to take more money, which puts America in more debt immediately after it's taken, and then we give that money to another nation so they could become strong. Well, it doesn't. That is contrary. It's like strikingly contrary to making this a great again, right? It's the equivalent of your mother or your father coming home, your father getting his wife's check, right? Your mother's check, and then, you know, intimidating her. Give me your check. You worked all week. You got paid today, didn't you? She's intimidated. She gives up her check, and then he goes across town and spends it with another family. And then you got to hear that they was out at the TGI Fridays, eating up all the what's on the new menu and all this other stuff. It's the equivalent. It's equivalent to that. So if it wouldn't make sense there, why should it make sense here? All right, let's get into this here. There are a lot of things on this bill that we need to go over, which is crazy. It's 870 pages, and when I was going through it, I'm like, this is bananas. How does an article truly break down, right? How does any media station truly explain what's going on in this document? We got Clyde Frost here. He says spending money on other countries is an investment that can very well pay off to make the home country great again. That's what soft power is. America pays for NATO, and they get millions of bases around, I think he's going to say the world. Well, we know he's going to say around the world. He says Trump clearly doesn't know what soft power is, and he's been throwing it away like a moron. He doesn't help Israel for soft power, but to keep it as a way to divert attention. I think it's a little bit more than that, Klein. I think, in my opinion, I think it's not to, we're not giving Israel billions of dollars to distract people for attention, to divert attention. No, we're not doing that. And I think it's a combination of soft power, like you said, and money laundering. The Pentagon has never had a legit audit. How do we know that there's not ridiculous kickbacks to some of these contracts? Who the key players are? Who the key vendors in these that's getting these contracts? Come on, right? I don't have the actual proof. No one does. There's no audit that's being done and then given to the people so we can see what's going on. Some of our best forensic research analysts can't elaborate in detail. So at that point, we use logic and reason when we see abnormalities, like the amount of money that's given to certain military. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want to seem naive as if having a strong military is, having a weak military is no good. Having a weak military is no good. They'll just come in and snipe you off. And right now, it looks like, I feel like everybody has their pistols pointed at everybody in a circle. And it's like, all right, somebody make a first move. And whoever, there's some parties that have a line with each other, and they seem pretty strong. Right? So the BRICS versus our G7, what do we have, 7? I think the BRICS is way stronger right now. And what makes a nation stronger is the camaraderie amongst the people. And right now, there's just civil unrest. And I'm going to tell you why I don't think it's going to get better. Because at the same time, just think of this country as a project, right? They have so many things going on. But the number one project is that we have to keep up with the transition into the technological era, right? In which we're already started. But we have to keep up with the competition, which are other nations, right? And some of these nations, let's just take China, which are outright communists, right? So they don't hide it. They're called the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. So it's not like they hide it. So when they make decisions and moves to do something, it's like, nah, this is what we're doing, right? So that, therefore, they can just move way faster. It doesn't matter if people die and how many, and if they think it's genocide. And their people are trained. They got a very strong military, so they haven't pushed back. You know, they may get out there, but ain't nobody trying to die. Ain't nobody trying to shed bloodshed. So, you freedom until we free, right? If that means I got to get snatched up off this earth, that's how Haiti did it. That's how Haiti got its independence. You got to be willing to die for it. And that's the bottom line. If you're not willing to die for it, but guess what? That's where religion comes into play. They know they got you. See, I don't believe in your God. That's number one. I definitely don't believe in your God. And I don't believe in heaven or hell, right? So that's what they taught you, right? Then they told you not to listen to anything outside of that. So they got you from Jump Street. So you're scared to die. That's number one. You don't know what's after death, right? You think I can either go to heaven or I go to hell. I'm not ready yet. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, I get it. It's handicapped in you, though. So what you do is you stay down here on earth and you just take crap from the government. Meanwhile, they told you had the right to be free and pursue happiness, right? But they sabotage the happiness. They're sabotaging your pursuit from Jump Street. And it's even worse. They're not just sabotaging your pursuit now. They're sabotaging. Come on, now we've went too far. Now they're sabotaging your food. Now they're sabotaging they say liberty. You don't have the liberty to say, hey, I just want a child that's born without alum in its body. Just give me 30 days. No, you don't have 30 days. We gotta stick this kid with alum right now. You don't have the right to protest and say, hey, I don't know what's in there and I don't know how it's going to affect. Yeah, that doesn't matter. You know, for the greater good, your child could bring disease on this land. So really, essentially, this is Lord of the Flies. That's all it's turned into. Lord of the Flies. It's like corporate Lord of the Flies. And America is a country, a business. It's a company. That's not rhetoric. It's a corporation. That's real deal. It's a corporation. And they're moving like a corporation. Maggie B said, I stopped and subbed to say I'm so happy I found this channel. Like-minded people need to start getting communities together that are self-sufficient. Trump won't stop at immigrants. Nah, he's not going to stop at immigrants, but it's not just Trump. Be clear, right? Let's break down that mindset. That's marketing. That's Edward Benet's nonsense that and I'm not saying he invented it, but what I'm saying is it's a part of marketing for us to put the blame on one individual. So we're putting it on Trump, which he deserves the blame, but we're also putting it on. And let me back up and elaborate on when I say he deserves the blame. He's not making America great again. So this is not about Republican. It's not about Democrat. He is not making America great again. I'm going to prove it once we go into this document, right? He has now. I think the Biden administration got too aggressive with the Green Act, and there was money laundering going on in there in the Green Act. There was. I can say there's money laundering going on with the Green Act, hands down. But I'm still going to say allegedly, just to have more professionalism, because I'm not pointing you to the actual resources. But allegedly, in my opinion, and I could definitely say that, there was just as much kickbacks and everything going on, money laundering going on with the Green Act. So what does Trump do? He comes in, and the people that back him financially, right, and the people that support him, which is the good old boys club, and when I say good old boys, I mean the old barons, the rubber barons, the steel barons, the diesel boys, right, the gas. Again, this is the second time this guy regress our progress, and it doesn't make sense, right? Now, I think there needs to be a balance. Do we need to move to the future? Hell yeah. This is why he took that money from the Middle Easterners, right? 500 billion or whatever it was, so that we could put up a new technology infrastructure. So what sense would it make to put up a new dynamic technical advanced infrastructure in the United States and then still rely on coal and gas? Does that make sense to anybody? What? Let's break this conversation down. What would make you do that? What would make you say, okay, instead of embracing it, where there is a mix integration at best, a mixed integration I can understand. Why mixed? Because, hey, there is something called a EMP that could happen, and you don't want to be 100% reliant on electricity or technology that requires electricity, and then an EMP hits, and guess who's wiped out, and you're back in the Stone Ages, right? But that's not why he's doing it. They're doing it, in my opinion, because these people are going to lose money. The more you start to embrace new forms, cleaner forms of energy, then that is less money for these people that have been stealing for over a century, living good, or for borrowing money. Well, the United States will borrow money from the Federal Reserve, which is just private banks, and then the Congress and the lawmakers will create certain programs that allow the subsidization of the funds for particular resources which their friends or themselves, their family members, own. So this is why I call it money laundering. Money laundering. It just is one big loop above the middle class and the and the poor and the lower class. It's above our head. We're not even we are the worker bees. We are the worker bees that have continuously keep the cogs going, right? But what has happened is, in my opinion, they definitely needed the population controlled, because there's just too many people and not enough jobs at this point. At this point, it's going to get worse, because check this out. The combination of artificial intelligence, automation, these two together, and robotics, the combination of artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation, it's no secret the cat's out the bag. plenty of jobs. Too many jobs will be lost to this technology, which will leave people at the mercy of being taken care of. So as we read this bill, I need you to understand what I just said is not a conspiracy theory. It's not up for debate. This is happening. This is going to happen, that the government will take care of the people because there won't be enough opportunities for you to financially fend for yourself because of that word that goes down there. Maggie B said control. She says the World Economic Forum said it out loud. There's too many people. We used to need them to work. We don't anymore. That's just it. That's the bottom line, folks. And I think the sooner we understand that, we can't put the genie there. We won't put the genie back in the bottle. There's no way. I'm talking about even if we sacrifice ourselves. Say for whatever reason my show went viral right now, and everybody tuned in, like, yo, he's over there kicking out real stuff, and everybody tapped into me, and I'm like, yo, this is what we're gonna do. They can't stop us all. We're gonna go down to the White House, and even if we accomplish taking out a few people, even if they're not putting the genie back in the bottle. They're not going to be like, all right, these people are upset. Let's not put up the infrastructure so that they can track our every movement. They're on to us. No, we've been on to you for 30 years. Thanks to a great American hero called William Cooper. I've been on to you for 30 years. What are you talking about? Thanks to a great American hero called Bill Cooper. Huh? That guy right there. It's a great American hero. Take a look at the American hero right there. Right? He told me this 30 years ago, Jack. Maggie B says the great replacements. I like that. I like that. Let me put you guys on to something real quick. Shout out to Jimmy Dore again. Don't nobody go nowhere. Jimmy Dore. I was watching something he did the other day. I gotta find it. I wasn't gonna talk about it today, but I gotta talk about it. Come on, where you at, Jimmy? Don't let me down. Where you at, Jimmy? Come on, bro. That's 1 month ago. Did you take it down, Jimmy? Hold up. Let me look at my history, good people. Don't nobody go nowhere. Where you at? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alright. Found it, y'all. Sorry about that.
Developmental system made by MC10. And it has an antenna and some sensors embedded in it.
Alright. So...
And what we plan to do is work with them to advance a tattoo that could...
Alright. So, we have the companies... And I told you this. I told everybody this years ago. But guess who told me years ago? Bill Cooper. Behold the pale horse. He told me that they were going to try to put a chip in me. Right? Let me see if I can find the page, because he actually has the rice grain in there in the photo. But he told me that they were going to try to put a chip in me to track me. Like an RF, the radio frequency ID, RFID. I just want to see if I can find it real quick. I've tore out pages from the book so that I can make copies and send them to people. So I won't slow down my show for that. I'll just tell you, if you've never heard of William Bill Cooper, he was a military. I think, was he a lieutenant or a captain? It says here, Bill Cooper, former United States Naval Intelligence Briefing Team member. Right? So I think he was should tell me at the beginning too what he was. I know you're not concerned, but I just wanted you to know what his ranking was. But he was high ranking, and he definitely had secret clearance, right? And after being enlightened and being briefed on certain things, he went defect and shared this information. Just much like Justin Trudeau, the 19-year-old who got sentenced to 15 years for telling us that the government was lying. Bill Cooper went rogue, and he told us, this is what they got in store for you, bro. Right? So I had already knew 20 years ago that what they were allegedly planning with the whole release of the COVID-19 biological weapon, which apparently, in my opinion, I'm using my words very carefully, in my opinion, that's what it was. It was a biological weapon. You don't have to agree, or you can just see things as they were, because we funded it. It was released, and it harmed. Not only did that harm people, but that didn't harm people nearly as much as the solution harmed people. The solution actually harmed people more, right? But the solution was also, in my opinion, the solution was also a testing ground for what we're talking about right now, right? So if they have a reason, they create the problem, then they need a reason to put a tracking device in you, right? All of these things are basically just ushering us into the new world order. And I hate to say that word, that phrase, because it seems so cliche, because we have been saying it for so long, and then they have all of these think tanks, paid think tanks, that they give millions to every year, and they hire people, agents, right, that go and say everything against what you're saying, even if everything you're saying is making sense, even if everything you're saying is 100% true. They have people, way more people out there saying you're saying misinformation, you're saying disinformation, you're saying malinformation, just to confuse you and confuse the conversation, so that they can continue going on, confusing us, splintering us off. But if you don't remember any story in the Bible, if you don't remember one, right, in that ancient text, I want you to remember this one. Now, this story is not about whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jew, gay, and this story is not about that. This story is about a story that people were building a tower together. And symbolically, they were building it to the heavens, right? They were building to a higher conscious. They were building the gates from which the gods, because that's what the Elohim is actually says. But that's neither here or there. But the Elohim is a pantheon of superior beings. That's not, I didn't make that up. That's just, Elohim is a plural word. And this is why when you read the Bible, there's so many references to pluralities, plural gods, and then they try to simplify it to one God, and it doesn't make sense. So it says, let us go down there and do this. But in the story of the Tower of Babel, the one thing that the God Yahweh was scared of was the fact that the people would come together. The people, if you go to Genesis 11, right, and you read Genesis 11, it's going to tell you, that was the one thing. He even admitted it, because they are of one mind, there's nothing that they cannot do. So this has been the secret the entire time. Unity. And if you don't believe me, just look at their tactics and their strategies. Why do you think they keep on trying to splinter us down into segments and you keep falling for it? So you're telling me you don't like white people, and you're telling me you don't like black people, right? As if all the white people did something to you. But I know what it is. You're traumatic. You're affected because someone white did do something to you very bad, right? I know why you're affected. You've seen black people, a group that they keep showing you that's doing very bad things, and you're like, I don't like these black people. I get it. I get it. What I'm trying to let you know, these are tactics that are used to keep splintering us off. We're going to get into the big, beautiful bill. Don't worry about it. I just, we got time because I'm here for a few hours breaking down that bill.
Be used for authentication.
Hold on. I need the volume up. There we go.
Let me show you this, a video of Regina Dugan. Now, she is the former director of Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. That's at DARPA, which is a military defense establishment here in the United States.
Stop. I mean, at this point, they're so blatant. Think about everything I'm telling you. I'm telling you they're using the money to borrow that they borrow from the Fed, not to make America great again, but to find out ways to control you, right? And gain leverage across the globe. Someone said it before, soft power. If you ever played the game Risk, the thing is to have enough pieces on the board all across where you're affecting, you know what I'm saying? You have more control in these areas all across the board. So I get it. United States are putting bases everywhere, right? This way they don't lose their footing, because no matter how unconcerned some of these other countries may appear, they would do the same thing if they could. They would try to get footing in different countries, and you know what I'm saying? So I don't think we can lose our leverage. The moment we lose our leverage on our power structure across the globe, then another country is going to come in and fulfill those shoes. So at this point, I'm not naive. We still have to maintain that. The bigger problem is, well, I don't know if it's bigger, but another problem is, we understand that as Americans, but why does the Americans seem like it's getting the shaft, right? Like, why does it feel like, okay, if you're doing this for us, you're also doing this to us? If you're doing it for us, we understand, but it feels like you're doing it to us, bro. Right? I said I was here for a few hours. That means I have time to granulize my conversation. If I'm going to granularize my conversation, walk with me right now. And don't forget, ChatGPT told me to remind you that there's a donation button down there now, right? So we got I'm back with the YouTube program, and you can hit that donate. You can hit the button to give something. What do they call it? Super chats. This is what ChatGPT is telling me to remind you. So I'm going to remind you. And also, don't forget the poll. Don't forget the poll. Now, let's granularize this thing. When they did all of these tricky, nasty, sneaky tactics to black people, and they did, it was sabotage. There were redlining going on. Before that, there was Jim Crow, right? Black laws, all of these things. When you do stuff like this and you sabotage the black person, you make them desperate. And that desperation, the effects of this desperation could be anything. It could be violence amongst themselves, or the violence can outpour. The negativity can outpour outside of their communities, and they may end up buying some crack cocaine and move to a white neighborhood just to sell it. Has this happened? Yes. Yes. It has happened. Right? Now, this creates more animosity because you got a bunch of ignorant black people in a white community riding around, making money off white people, whoring out their children, right? Definitely having sex with their daughters. I'm just talking life right now. I'm not even trying to trigger you. I'm just telling you what is. Eventually that black man will get caught, more than likely for looking like a hoodlum, riding around with unbraided hair and smoking weed while driving. Suspended license. Yep. Trunk full of work. He's going to jail. Guess who works at that jail? The white CEOs. Guess what he doesn't forget? That you was out here banging out his sister. Huh? Acting like a nigga. Oh, he didn't forget. And he's going to knock your teeth out. Now guess what? He hates black people and you hate white people. And no one takes the time to go back and say, you know what did not need to happen? What did not need to happen is the sabotage of those older black generations that had everything going in the right direction. They had figured out how to be self-efficient. They had and it was regressed. It was stopped with the help of the government. Don't tell me I'm lying unless you never heard of the Black Wall Street. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Don't tell me I'm lying. Right? Yes, Maggie B. That's my point, Maggie B. That is my point. Everything matters. That you said it in those two words. That's just it. That's the epitome of what I'm trying to convey. Everything matters. So we can't look at it like, oh, that was a long time ago, though. No. I'm telling you why we're here. I'm telling you why we're here. Right? Now, that's only one variable. I don't even have the time in my show to go down the list of 1,000 other variables. I just gave you one instance, but there's 1,000, right? This is a well-matriculated, well-organized effort to keep us running around like ants that was just misplaced. Social engineering, yes. We got social engineering. We got behavioral engineering. It is all engineered. It's engineered chaos. Who did Noam Chomsky do a book called something like that? Engineered chaos. It sounds like that's a book that needs to be written because that's exactly what's going on. So now, while we're dealing with the effects of that, right, over 1 million black men incarcerated, coming home, what? What, you're not about to get no $100,000 job and marry a good woman and raise kids and be on the up and up. No, that's not what's gonna happen. That's not what's gonna happen. You are well conditioned. You hate who your overseer is, right? And the ignorant side of society embraces you more, right? America has been telling you, don't worry, we're going to get into the big, beautiful bill. But before we get into that, let me prime every last one of us. Because right now, I have black people in here listening to me, I have Spanish people, I have white people, I have gays, I have Christians, I have Muslims, everyone's listening to me right now. So we don't want to get into this bill without any context. That's not what we want to do. We want to get into this bill with context so we understand me and you on the same team. They are not on our team. I assure you this. Let me show you something. We're going to get back into that in a second. Let me show you something right here, though. Can you guys read that? That says 2025 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown. Can you read that? Erin Thorne, we'll get to it, Erin Thorne. Erin Thorne wants to know what's the solutions. We're going to get to it. We got to find out what's the problem first. I'm here for like 5 hours, huh? We just started. We are just starting. Let me put in a breakfast order with my family before they leave. Can somebody make me some type of sandwich, please, before you leave?
Who?
You? I don't care. Who?
Who would make it?
Something to eat? Sandwich? Here. Coffee. Thank you.
No.
Oh, look. Maggie's here. Look, I love that demographic. We got, first of all, she's an elder. Let's just start there. Second of all, she's of the white demographics. Right? Oh man, this is an amazing demographic this morning. Y'all got me excited. We got Erin, who's a lesbian, and 38, and white. Everybody's trying to outdo each other. I gotta figure out something to say for myself. Damn. Huh? We got a crazy demographics this morning. I love it. Because I truly think that's what my voice is for. To enlighten the people of what their tactics are and how we should not let that, we cannot let that not make us work together. So we will get to what Erin asked. What are the solutions? But first, we got to know what are the problems. So this is what it's not really banter and it's not rhetoric. I'm doing this for a reason. We haven't gotten to that bill for a reason, right? Because first it needs to have some context. I don't want fingers being pointed this, that, and the third. Look what's been going on. It needs to be very clear that we are not our own enemies. They are the enemies that has created this atmosphere, right? That did not need to be created, I'm telling you. It did not need. They have more than enough resources for them to have controllably brought down this hostile environment. right? The only reason you would watch the black kids go year after year getting the test results. You wanted the test scores. You asked for these tests. They take the test. You see year after year them regressing, not getting better. And what do? You don't pour more resources into the problem, right? And even if you did, even if they gave more millions to the schools, you need a monitoring device and a control device, because all that would happen is, without monitoring and control, that money is going to be laundered off to the top people in that community, and those kids still won't get the resources or the help they need. However, you sat there and you let these kids, No Child Left Behind, you pushed them through. They couldn't read in the 4th grade, and you said, don't worry about it, just push them on through. And they couldn't read in the 12th grade. They were not even subpar. They was less than subpar. And then you pushed them out the door to compete with people that they're nowhere near ready to compete with job academically. You understand? Professionally. So if you can't be used, you're useless. Thank you. Erin, thank you for this. Thank you. Erin is definitely giving me. She has supported, and I appreciate the super chat, Erin Thorne. Thank you. If you can't be used, you're useless. And this is what you must let your children know when they're going to school. You have to, don't tell them, oh, go to school to get good grades. No, tell them why they're getting good grades. Right? Tell them, listen, when you cross that finish line, Jack, when you graduate, the employers, unless you're starting your own business, employers are going to say, okay, all a job application is to say, hey, I'm here for this. And the guy reading the guy or the gal reading this job application is going to say, okay, I got 20 of y'all. Who's better? That means it's a competition. Who's better? Right? So realistically, if you listen, they look. That's what I asked for your GPA. Yeah, you can't even read well. Why would I pay? Why would I choose you? Number one, and number two, if I do choose you, the reason I'm choosing you is so that I could pay you so much less than I'm going to pay them, and then I'm going to train you to work harder than them. We have to understand this. Now, 2020 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown. This just happened. The United States, let me read it for you. The Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General participated with key federal and state law enforcement partners in the 2025 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown. The action resulted in criminal charges against how many? 324 defendants, with intended losses exceeding $14 billion, $15 billion if you round it off, making it the largest care fraud takedown in the United States. Now, I know we just hear this and it goes in one ear and it comes out the other, right? But what could $14 billion do for your city? Never mind your state. I'm going to ask you first, what could it do for your city? I mean, shoot, it might do some real justice for your state. Bigger than all of that, I want you to understand the normalcies that have infiltrated our culture in the United States. It is okay to money launder now. So healthcare providers obviously are working with professional corporations and government officials who money launder, right? Because of the subsidization from it's not free money that we're getting from these private banks that we call a Federal Reserve. It's not free money. We're in debt the moment we print it out. And they don't, printers just say, it's not technically printed, right? So it just printed on the screen, but it's just given out. The moment that money is given out, the United States citizen, me and you, huh? The post office worker, the guy who makes the freaking bagels, the truck driver, the school teacher who does not get paid enough, the crossing guard who gets paid way, way less. Shh. You guys are in debt the moment they take out this money. So if they're going to take this, they're going to borrow this money from private banks, the least they could do is make sure that it is being used correctly, but it's not. How has the Pentagon got away with no audit since the birth, essentially, of the Pentagon? Then they come up with this big idea, oh, okay, we'll sell our debt, so if you invest in it, it's called a bond. If you buy the bond and, you know what I'm saying, when it does mature, then you'll get money on this. Well, guess what? They never put restrictions that other countries couldn't buy the debt. So what does China do? China becomes professional manufacturers, right? Develops the niche market, controls the niche market. It makes them an enormous, insane amount of money, and then China just uses that money after the greedy Americans say, hey, we got this thing called globalization and we can outsource. We can outsource. Instead of paying the American worker that would make America great again. So how are these people on our side? How are they on our side when they will ship your job off to another country that's going to make that country stronger? How is that congressman helping you? How is that senator helping you? How is that president helping you? How is that district delegate helping you if they voted to support sending these jobs overseas? That's going to make another country greater. And what does that country do? That country use that money to buy our debt. Oh, now we're hit. You ever been on a carnival ride where your head is just shaking? Bang, 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 bang. Oh, they're taking us to town now. They're taking us to town now. We got Brian Clemmer in the house, white American, 40 years old, 5 kids. I was with some Italian Americans yesterday celebrating the 4th, and I will be with some Italian Americans today when I get off the show. Now, I would like to remind you while I'm on this topic, and since we're talking about the white demographics now, we talked about a black slightly when I talked about redlining. This is not conspiracy. This is not, oh, start making excuses. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about things that actually happen you can look up in history, right? I don't need to make an excuse. I would like to remind the white community now that they're trying to play you out. Oh, they're trying to play you out, white community. They're trying to play you out. Don't fall for it. Do not fall for it. What do you mean by that, Saladin? This is what I mean. They keep telling you that these drugs are coming from Mexico and these drugs are coming from China. And what they're not telling you is that many a doctor, many a pharmacist was involved in your children, the children in your communities getting hooked on these opioids. Don't tell me different, I know. Don't tell me different, I know. They want you to think it's some Chinese drug dealer over here selling to. No. They had a part to play in it too, right? And what they did is they tried to get slick on you and said, well, the white middle class, that's who got the jobs because we made damn sure of that, right? High five. Oh, ow. Right? They got insurance. What we'll do is we'll write a little something in the insurance that says their insurance covers treatment for these programs. Here we go back to the subsidization. Here we go back to the money laundering. Huh? Maggie B said everything matters. I'm trying to tell you today, everything matters. Que pasa, mi amigo? Remnant of Hip Hop Pass. Salute, bro. Thank you for coming over. Brian says, pulled my 2 of my kids out of school and homeschooled them. Okay. They are far smarter, than the other kids and less worried about other people's thoughts. Yep. Schools are in the beginning of brainwashed masses. There we go, Brian. That was amazing, right? And this is what I'm talking about. One time I yelled at one of my white Italian friends. I went off on him. I went off on him. I used a bunch of words that I'm not going to use right now. But I told him about itself, and I said, you're wasting your whiteness. He didn't know what that meant. I said, yeah, you're wasting your whiteness, bro. What do you mean? Right? When you getting pulled over by the cops going off on for this, that, and the third, no. You don't have the right. First of all, you were breaking the law. That's number one. Right? So don't, if the framework of this United States already favors you, then work with it, not against the current. So what are you doing working against the current to show everybody you're a bad boy, right? Work with the current, get inside, use it like everybody else, and pull everybody in. Don't work against it trying to show everybody you're a badass. Just don't be stupid. Because they're here to, they're not your friend. Right? The framework is set up like that. That don't mean they love you. And let me get back to, I'm going to prove that to you as I'm explaining. They don't love you anymore. It's just that's how the framework was built. So they know that you guys have the majority of these middle class jobs. So what they do is they write in there in the bills for the subsidization of treatment programs, because the black people didn't have that when they were out there on that crack cocaine. They got one question, right? Actually, it wasn't even a question. It was a statement, and then they said, "Do you have any questions?" And that was the question. They said, "This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?" And you was like, "Yeah," and they just cut you off like, "That's the end of the story." All right, just say no. That was it. Nancy Reagan was like, "Hey, just say no." All right, this is not a back and forth conversation. Just say no. He's like, "Yeah, but I listen, man, I'm on crack. I just need a fix." Whoa. Do you have fleas? Wait, God damn it. Did somebody let them in here with fleas? This guy's scratching. No. I don't have fleas, I promise you. I just need, hey, dude, just say no, bro. It was no subsidy programs. Not that these subsidy programs work, right? They're charging $3,000 a day, the insurance companies. And your child is back on drugs, on fentanyl in 60 days. If they have an OD, God bless anybody who's lost to someone to the opioid crisis. My point is, don't think that it's everything they're telling you. Oh, the drugs are coming from China. It's fake bills. Is it? Because I definitely am reading here, and I can read a more detailed version of this news of corruption, of nurses, doctors, practitioners, pharmacists, and licensed medical professionals here in the United States this. 12 state attorney general officers were charged for their alleged roles in healthcare fraud schemes that exploited patients and taxpayers, resulted in over $14 billion. Now, does that sound like anything that has to do with China? Thank you.
Oh, we didn't have turkey.
What do you have?
Tuna.
Tuna? You made tuna?
Yeah.
Did you put relish in that tuna?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So where's the Chinese man here? Huh? Where's the Chinese man? Where's the Mexican that's giving your kids fentanyl? No, it sounds like there is an elaborate scheme for these people to get rich off of the programs that subsidize this behavior, these addictions. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, let's get into the bill. Let's get into this bill because we're here now. We got let's start here. What does this say? In the Senate of the United States, that the bill for the House of Representatives, okay, we'll get there. I just want to look at the table of contents real quick so you know. We're going to start with this, the Thrifty Food Plan, right? Because the way things are going, you guys don't have to say in the chat if you're on food stamps or anything like that. I don't need you doing all that. But we know that there are some people that need help just eating. So we're going to, this thing starts with the reevaluation of the food plan for America, modifications to SNAP, but there's pages of different topics that this bill covers, and I will need the help of ChatGPT today, I'm not going to lie to you. And I plan to go down all of this stuff. We have disaster assistance programs in there, like East Palestine, when the train went derailed and the United States were arguing amongst themselves who should be helping the people of East Palestine, right? Meanwhile, there's contaminated water. People still have to take showers and drinks, and our emergency team, who's supposed to respond to this type of incident, are arguing about who's going to pay the bill. So how can we be, come on. What are we talking about? You know, it's stuff like that that pisses me off. Oh, Maggie B. I haven't even gotten near Maggie B. You understand? I'm going to be up here for hours, so I'm sure we're going to touch on how the Taliban had banned poppy seed growing, and then the United States went over there and regulated poppy seed growing. And we have the audacity to get over here and blame someone else for drug use. Well, this is not your first time pushing drugs, the United States, right? And this is not conspiracy theory. This is the crazy part, right? So no matter how you feel, I'm not up here spewing rhetoric or conspiracy theory. The United States was intricately involved in funding. This has been exposed. Funding the growth of poppy, which is then used for drugs around the world. But this is not your first time. We caught you doing this with the Iran-Contra scandal. That devastated the United States to one end, and then it propped up falsely, economically, falsely, it propped up the United States because what? We had to invest in what? Private prisons because of all the people that were either using drugs, dealing drugs, involved in drugs in some form or fashion. So it blew out the incarceration system. We had to build all these private prisons, this, that, and third, and they took us to town there. Devastated homes, all while giving a few jobs to CEOs, this, that, and the third. But listen, the criminal justice department, you got paid the most out of all of this. The judge always had a job. The lawyer always had a job. The Geo Group made a ton of money with their private prison investment. Look, man. Look at Brian Clement, man. Brian Clement says, I've lost 3 family members and 16 friends. 16 friends in 6 years of my life to opioid addiction. Come on, bro. So we don't have time for their shallow tactics of, oh, you're white. No. Let me tell you what I believe. I believe it is their benefit if someone white is a police officer and he shoots a black person. Oh, I think it's their benefit. Why do I think it's a benefit? Because this is going to trigger both parties. Now black people don't want to hear nothing. They just hate white people because it was a white officer that did it. And then please, they cross him with their finger. Please let him get off and don't go to jail. Please, because they're going to hate the white population even more, and those people will never work together. We done did so much damage that they will never, ever work together. And meanwhile, what I'm trying to tell you is, white people, they don't love you anymore, right? It is because these roles could easily be reversed, but they are set in stone the way they set in stone. But I'm telling you, the higher up, at least they don't care which one is at the bottom, which one's at the top. If you at the bottom, hey, that's the way it is, yeah. You see what they did? They just they said, okay, who's homosexual? Let's use that as another way to fraction off the people. They don't care who's at the top. As long as you guys are not unified. That's the biggest thing. They don't care. All right, let's get back into this bill a little bit. I just want to go over some of the things that we're going to be looking at. Crop insurance. We'll get into the history of when the United States basically told everyone to stop growing crops. And they subsidized the farmers, which was then grossly taken advantage of, right? Then when they found out that we could create high fructose corn syrup out of the corn crop, they just allowed that crop to come back. Maybe another one more, but none of the others, right? They stopped. They wanted to slow down the overproduction of certain crops because they said it offset the price and was basically offsetting the stock market. So what they were going to do was to subsidize the farmers, but then that was taken advantage of because you can't trust politicians and you can't trust people, human beings. So that was money laundered and taken advantage of in a negative way. We'll talk about that later. What else we got down here? We got the additional investments in rural America, conservative, supplementary nutrition, research, energy. Okay, I can't wait to get into that. What else we got? We got Committee on Armed Services. You know we're going to... Come on. What else we got? We got Committee on Banking, Housing, Urban Affairs, Committee on Science and Transportation, space launch and re-entry licensing and permitting user fees. What? What are you talking about? Oh, this is going to be a crazy day. What are you talking about? They got Mars missions in here, Artemis missions, and Moon to Mars program. Oh, I think we're being taken advantage of, United States. I think they think we're stupid. We're gonna get into that. Jesus. So the thing is, and share the live, because mainstream media is not gonna go through this the way I'm going through it. Yeah, word salad. Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Offshore oil and gas leasing, right? Royalties on extracted methane, Alaska oil gas leasing. One thing, look, coal leasing. One thing I don't like is that this guy keeps going back to coal, bro. Like, yo, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing going back to coal? The honest to God needs it to be a hybrid solution between technology and legacy energy solutions. And by the way, those are the only, I mean, there's other solutions we can be considering. Anyway, we're going to talk about oil and gas leasing, mining, which is ridiculous. Lands, timber sales, long-term contract for forest, okay, renewable energy fees on federal land. Okay. Talk about more. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. All right. What else are we going to talk about? Water. I mean, sidebar. Is the Flint, Michigan water situation resolved by any chance? Do I have anyone from Flint in the house or Michigan that's willing to? Because from what I hear, it's the Michigan politicians that's really happy behind this bill. Well, is the water crisis fixed, Michigan? Huh? Before you get your party souvenirs out, do you guys have clean water yet? We'll talk about it. Taxes, finances. There's a lot in this bill. Establishing certainty and competitive for American. Oh, Chapter 3. Oh, what? Can't wait to get there. I think after the food program, I might just jump here. Let's do that. Let's just do that. Extension enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. All right. Exceptions from limitations on deductions for business meals. What? Oh, God. Sounds like money laundering. Increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain depreciable business assets. Yeah, okay. Anyway, everyone should have a business. If you're gonna play this game, you gotta play it. You gotta play it right, right? You gotta play it right. Enhancement of advanced manufacturing investment credit. Spaceports are treated like airports under. What do they have planned, man? This is the second time they done brought up space. Now they bringing up spaceports. Listen, I don't think they're willing to invest in space. First of all, you got to understand. You're talking to somebody who has applied to Space Force. And I got a response from one of the officers over there. And he said, I'm not going to hire you because you're overqualified and you will be bored. And this job is not for you. But I'm going to recommend you for something else. Now, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, the United States has added a new branch of military. It is not under the Air Force, if that's what you're thinking. It's a new branch of military called Space Force, which I will bring up right now. They had a ton of jobs for civilians. I went over there. It's the sixth and newest branch of the U.S. military, established in 2019, around the same time that it was announced that extraterrestrials was confirmed by the United States of America. You didn't hear about it because they did it at the same time COVID was kind of like ramping up. So it went right over your head, which was convenient, right? All of a sudden they're going to tell us aliens are real at the same time a biological weapon is being released on the entire globe and the globe is shutting down. So who's talking about that? Convenient. But they did. Not only did they do it, but the Catholic Church tried to prime you and let you know, like, listen, aliens might be real. Huh? Who remembers when the Pope was like, yeah, well, let's not, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's treat all beings in the galaxy very Christian-like. Like, what are you talking about? Well, yeah, aliens might be real. So you had the Pope and you had the governments coming out trying to tell you, no, aliens are real. Then, all of a sudden, 2019, they established a new branch of military, which like I said, I have applied to. See if I can get over here to the... I went to, here we go. This is what I went to, spaceforce.com. They got a crazy website. It makes noise and all this other stuff. Yeah. They got a bunch, well, they had a bunch of jobs. A lot of the jobs, from my opinion, after looking at it for so long, have been fulfilled. But they still got jobs. They got a lot of jobs down there in Fort Detrick, Maryland. And I think we good. I think we good, Uncle Andy. I mean, I'm not saying nothing against them. I told you I applied. And I don't know if I'm done applying, right? So I can't enlist because I'm too old for an officer. So I can only go civilian. And they have, see, now they have 0. Before, like 4 years ago, they had mad jobs. Now they only got 11 civilian jobs. Mobile was good, bro. We got mobile in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, what else we got? We got foreign tax. What does that say? Modifications related to foreign tax credit. I can't wait to figure out what the hell that means. Oh, I can't wait. I need to be writing this stuff down. Do I got a pen? Give me a second, y'all. I need to write this stuff down. Alright, so we're going to start with food. Then we're going to go to job. What else we got here? establishing certainty, competitiveness for American job creators. Good God. Definitely going to chapter 3. Chapter 3 is next after food. Foreign tax. We got base erosion, business interest limitations, international tax reforms, investing in American family communities and small businesses. Yeah, we can get into that. What is that? Chapter 7, chapter 4. Chapter 4. Alright. What else we got here? Permanent investments in small businesses. Ending the Green New Deal spending. Promoting America First energy and other reforms. Definitely getting into that. Let's get into that. Chapter 5. Ending Green New Deal. What else we got? Enhancing deduction. Okay. Chapter 1, Medicaid, reducing fraud and improving enrollment. Jesus. Reducing fraud. Well, how do you do? I mean, 12 of your attorney generals just got indicted for corruption and health fraud. 300 and something people, doctors, nurses, pharmacists across all 50 states are involved, and giant corporations are involved. So good luck with this. Prevent wasteful spending. This is just rhetoric. They don't care anything about preventing wasteful spending. I don't even know why this is in the bill. Oh, it's in the bill because it only talks about preventing wasteful spending when it comes to medical services provided to the United States. Well, here's a way to stop, to prevent wasteful spending, right? This whole opioid crisis, stop acting like you don't know where it comes from, and then when people get addicted to opioids, you subsidize it through Medicaid, and people are building houses. People have houses in community that act like treatment programs, and these people get paid $3,000 a day per person. What's up, D Hotel? $3,000 a day per person. Oh man. There's your wasteful spending right there. Because in my line of experience, the person is right back out in 60 days, getting back addicted, and going through back to the same rigmarole, and no help was given to the person at all. A lot of fancy food was given to the person for $3,000 a day. Yeah, my family members tell me they was eating great in there. Oh, they go in there 4 times a year. Then you got halfway houses. It's a big Ponzi scheme is what it is. Let's keep going. Medicare. We'll get to Medicare. Let's just call number 5 Medicare. My phone is going off. I don't know where. Oh, give me a second. Alright. So far we're going to start with food, then we're going to go to jobs and job security, and then we're going to go to the Green New Deal, and then we go to Medicare, and I just want to see if there's anything else on here we need to be focusing on. Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Yep. Let's just say Title 8. Title 8. Committee on Health, Education. Alright, what else we got? Loan limits, establishment of loan limits for graduate. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do number 6. Actually, that's number 7. Number 7, loan limits on student loans. Alright. Loan repayment, forbearance, da 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 la 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 la. Committee of Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. I don't know if I'm interested. After seeing our resources of the Homeland Security bust into Sean Diddy Combs' house, secure 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Right? If this is what our resources are being used for, I don't need to see the rest. I've seen enough. Right? Homeland Security. Let's go after the number one public enemy, number 1. Word? All the trafficking, all the people who've gone missing, where those numbers are obviously wrong and too low. All the children that's gone missing. Huh? Release the Epstein files, man. Show the whose names are really involved in these Epstein files. They're not, because that's an intricate web of organized crime is what it is. That involves, again, government officials, elite people of the earth. Oh, Uncle Andy, you can get rid of him. You can go ahead and get rid of him, Uncle Andy. Thank you. Homeland Security. You didn't. And like Maggie B said, Diddy's a distraction. So you did all of that for what? First of all, I would prefer you not to use the taxpayers' money for something as ridiculous as a publicity stunt in a media campaign. Then that whole situation with Diddy is some type of politics that had to do with his personal business and his business matters, that somebody wanted to show who had the bigger, you know. We're gonna show him. We're gonna what we can do. We'll put him in jail and say he was doing this and he was doing that. And they crazy as it is, they actually convicted him of the Mann Act, which is obviously incorrect, right? Did he beat his girlfriend? Yeah, he beat her. He kicked her in the ribs. He did a whole lot of stuff he wasn't supposed to do. But the one thing he did not do is travel with her with the intentions of selling her body. This all came out in the courtroom. They wanted to, they had this thing that they considered fun and pleasurable and enjoyable. And they would invite other people to their private sections of sexual, things that they did, outsiders. And they had certain people that they would call up and pay money to get involved, for giving up their time to get involved in their personal escapades. And for that, you want to send that man to jail? And you want me to co-sign and say, yeah, he deserves to go to jail for that. The problem is, if I co-sign for that and I say, yeah, he should go to jail for him and his girlfriend decided to have a threesome, then where does this stop? One day that could turn on me. Not that I would be involved in that. I'm not. But whatever your preference is your preference, right? What I'm saying is, I'm not going to co-sign sending someone to jail for what that's not the crime. If you would have came to me and be like, yo, Puffy's beating up his girl, let's take him to jail. Oh, where he's out here beating up women? All right, end of your business. But that's not what you said. You said he was sex trafficking and doing all this other stuff. Turns out he wasn't doing none of that stuff. And you used Homeland Security as the face to bring him down. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who's running the show, bro? Because this is my example of wasteful spending. Yeah, that R. Kelly case is a wreck, Miss Maggie B. I can't get into it right now. What I will say is that the girl who was already 18, her mother put her, like, that case is a wrecking ball. I can't even talk about that case. Right? Now, R. Kelly had, in my opinion, he had no business messing with an 18-year-old girl. But by the United States law, she was legal. And by two, her parents had put her in position to be taken advantage of. And then when it came out and the stuff hit the fan, it went all on R. Kelly. And this is why you shouldn't be messing with underage. Well, she wasn't underage, but in my opinion, she wasn't a girl for you. You understand? You have to have the ability to say that. I've told women that. You're not for me. You're not for me. Meaning, go find somebody to play with. Right? That I'm not. When I say you're not for me, it's not that you're not attractive. I'm not. You're not supposed to be dealing with me in no capacity. Go find somebody to play with. What else we got down here? We got immigration fees. Immigration and law enforcement funding. Yee. I guess we can get into that too. Immigration. Alright. Let's just stop there. Alright. And if we hit this limit and we still have more, then we'll keep going. Immigration and law enforcement. Alright, let's get started, man. For God's sakes, man, let's get started. Let's go over to ChatGPT. Huh? And let's get started. me give ChatGPT the document. All right, and let's just start this bad boy. All right. Let's start with the food. What's it called? Thrift food plan. The thrifty food plan. What the thrifty food plan. How does it affect U.S. citizens, and what changes were made? Let's go. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Uncle Andy. For whatever reason, when I run OBS and I look anything up online, the fan, bro. The fan is going. So I apologize for the fan that you guys hear from my computer. I don't know how to stop it. All right, here we go. If you're just tapping in, hit the like button. Let me look at something real quick. All right, we got a few people in the building. We're talking about the big beautiful bill. We got ChatGPT co-hosting the show with me, so that we can kind of break down things faster, rather than reading it and all this other stuff. I'll just ask ChatGPT to summarize some of the things. What are the changes? So the thrifty food plan section of the new bill introduces several changes that directly affect the U.S. citizen, particularly those receiving SNAP, supplemental nutrition assistance program benefits. What is the thrifty food plan? The thrifty food plan is used to determine SNAP benefits levels. It presents the estimated cost of groceries needed to provide a nutritious that's funny, using that word. Nutritious, huh? I stopped because Robert F. Kennedy had did a study, I'm going to say 2 months ago, on the different dyes that were used in the foods here in the United States. And keep in mind, a lot of these foods were banned in what we call third world countries. A lot of these foods were banned. And you had politicians fighting going against the prohibition use of these additives and so-called preservatives that are put in these foods. So to me, it's just real hypocritical for us to even use words like nutrition. Key changes made in the bill. Locking in the 2021 Thrifty Food Plan as the baseline. The bill codifies the USDA's 2021 version of the Thrifty Food Plan as the standard for calculating benefits. This version had led the largest permanent increase in SNAP benefits since the program began. Restrictions on future updates. Future updates to the food plan cannot occur before 2027, October 1st, 2010. Any reevaluation must be cost neutral. All right, so we're going to be in it for the long haul, and it's nothing. It's 2025, so for 2 more years, it's nothing that the decisions, because he signed it he signed this bill into effect yesterday, July 4th, which could be symbolic in my opinion. See some good points there in the comment section. Restrictions on future updates. So there's not gonna. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just see if there's a message within this. Because sometimes there's a message. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron has given me another super chat. I just want to make sure I'm not reading her message. Because in the beginning, I used to get super chats and then I wouldn't read the message. So I don't see a message there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read her other message. So Aaron says, investing in your knowledge is so important. Apprenticeship. And I think she's probably saying such an important apprenticeship, but I'll read it the way she wrote it. Buying a coffee, going to read. If you're sitting there listening, even if you're here listening, even if you don't get it yet, why not? Buy coffee, 1/4 of a cup of coffee. Got you. I thank her for hitting that super chat button. I am part of the YouTube partnership program. I returned. And I want to talk about apprenticeship. We'll get into that. I think it's necessary. We've gotten away from that. I want to see how this food plan really affects anybody. Before people get up here and say rhetoric on either side, right? So I don't want lies. It's not about being for Trump at this point or against him. But if the bill itself does not do certain things, I don't want people to start causing, yelling fire in a crowded room, right? So it's like, they're taking away the SNAP. And then it turns out they're not taking away the SNAP. Cost adjustments are limited. The Thrifty Food Plan cost can only be adjusted yearly based on inflation, specifically using consumer pricing. Okay. Benefit amounts are now fixed by household size as a percentage of four-person maximum. For example, one person 30%, two people 55%, three people 79%. Households larger than 8% get an additional 22% per person, capped at 200%. What doesn't... Alright, let me just ask. Right out. So, are poor people at risk of losing SNAP, or are people with no children and poor at risk losing SNAP? Simplest response, please. Poor people are not losing SNAP, but poor adults without kids are more at risk. The bill adds a stricter work rules for, dig this, chill, people. Chill, Lord. Don't be a snitch, Lord. Easy. Gotta get rid of you, Lord. Talking crazy. Easy. Poor people are not losing SNAP, but poor adults without kids are more at risk. The bill adds stricter work rules for listen to me, this is what they call it, able-bodied adults without children, making it harder for them to keep benefits if they don't meet the new requirements. Now, is that a bad thing or a good thing? So that's the SNAP program there, right? So we basically just went through that, right? The biggest change is the fact that they're requiring people without kids to go to they're going to put more requirements on these people to continue receiving SNAP. So if you was running around, you didn't have a job, but you were able to work, with no kids, it's going to affect you faster. That's what they're saying. All right? Let's move on to chapter 3, which involves job security. Please break down this section. Oh, Larry P done started something. Let me take a bite out of my sandwich. We got boondocks in the house. Elaborate. Elaborate, boondocks. Boondocks says the problem is who is determining who is able-bodied. I mean, give us a scenario, right? Because if you're not able-bodied, you're disabled, right? If you can't see, you're disabled. If one of your, they're going to classify you disabled as disabled. So if you're not classified disabled and you don't have kids, they're saying you should go to work. Right, Larry P. Right? So if you want to be, first thing is to understand the rules and the definitions of words. So that would be up to the person to be like, you know what? I need to find out what an able-bodied is. And if I'm not able-bodied, then I need to get signed off as disabled. And if you can't do that, your food stamps will be cut. Now, ChatGPT is playing around. So there's times like this that I have to be way more thorough because it doesn't think I can be thorough, which is wrong. Alright. Here we go. Because I had asked ChatGPT about chapter 3 and it went on to tell me about some nonsense. I wouldn't say nonsense. Let's see what it told me. But I wasn't talking about SNAP program anymore. And it still wanted to talk about the SNAP program. So, this is where we're going to end with the SNAP program. It says, there's stronger work requirements for SNAP with the new bill. Able-bodied adults without dependents must work to participate in a work program at least 80 hours a month to receive SNAP. So that's 2 weeks, right? Applies to people 18 to 55. Some exemptions exist for veterans, homeless individuals, and those with children. So there you go. Promotes workforce training, which is... Never mind. We're losing jobs, but anyway. Expands funding for job training programs, which is, in my opinion, more money laundering. But we'll see. And I can't really say that either. Because if I'm being totally honest with you, I got my CDL through a job training program. That they paid for it. Right? So my state was like, yo, we're going to give you the opportunity to do one thing and we'll invest in you. That's what my state said. No BS. We'll invest in you. What do you want to do? I could have said anything. I just ran into a guy who said, yo, when they ask you that, tell them you want to do CDL. And he said it's not going to be on the list. He said, just trust me. Just say CDL. It's not going to be on the list. So I said CDL, and it wasn't on the list. And they paid for it. But I could have said whatever was on the list. There was a bunch of things on the list that they were going to pay for. They would have paid for my electrician. They would have paid for my plumbing, education, whatever I said. The whole thing is they said we doing this once. We're not doing this a bunch of times. We're doing this once. And you're going to go down in the records and it's going to be recorded that we did this for you. Boondock says, I know an elderly person who's had multiple operations for brittle bones, right? She's denied today before the passing of Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah. That's bad. Yeah, I know. I know a younger person with neurological issues and neurological pain. He's denied. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, Mobo. So when we're dealing with workforce training, it can go either way, bro. Take a person like myself who's taking full advantage. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take full advantage. But that, if the dynamics of such a program is too ambiguous and unexplained and no oversight, and something like that could run amok very fast, where people all of a sudden start using it in, very sinister ways, and money laundering creeps in, which it always usually does in some way. And then now it leaves a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and it looks like, hey, these people were just taking advantage of the money. Let's see. Employment and reentry support. Invest in job services for people coming out of prison or facing long-term unemployment. Supports programs that help participate and gain skill, GEDs, and work experience. I don't have anything bad to say about that. Focus on local businesses. Insensitizes partnerships between training programs and local small businesses or manufacturers to ensure workers get real job opportunities. Alright. It says the bottom line, poor people without jobs will have to prove they are working or training more actively to keep benefits. Well, poor people better get busy. That's what I can really say. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I can tell you that. Use your time wisely. If you get a government phone, don't be on here on TikTok and Instagram making memes and acting a fool. You need to be down at the local office where they training you to, because this is a blood sport. This is a very competitive sport. If you can't be used, you're useless. So you got to figure out, where can I be used? And then figure out, how can I get trained? I've been in these programs with these people. I'm telling you. I've been in these programs, these government programs where you got to go to the job training, and you get people sitting next to you fresh out of jail. They don't really care about the training. They just there because it's part of their release. It's something to do during the day. They don't give a shit. They're not there focused, ready to be like, yo, I'm going to turn whatever you tell me, whatever you take, I'm going to take and turn that into twofold, and then turn that into fourfold, eightfold, 16, 32, 64, 128. You understand? 512. 1,028. They're not going to do that. What about this? No jobs available. But the biggest problem is that always deny those who need food to eat. All right, let's get into chapter 3. Establishing certainty and competitiveness for American job creators is part of Title I, Committee on Ways and Means, not Title III. Here's a clear and simple breakdown of what this actually means. What does it mean? Permanently extends the 20% tax deduction for small businesses. This bill makes permanent the 20% qualified business income deduction created under 2017 tax Trump law. Applies to pass-through businesses, like LLC, sole proprietorship, and partnerships and S corporations. This helps businesses keep more of their earnings. Okay, so can you please explain pass-through for my audience like they are in the 5th grade? What is pass-through business? Imagine a lemonade stand that makes money. I will imagine that. Now, instead of the lemonade stand paying taxes, all the money just goes straight to the person who owns it. Let's say you pay the tax, not the lemonade stand. That's what pass-through business is. The businesses doesn't pay income tax. The owner, you pay the taxes on your personal tax return. A person who runs a barbershop, a couple who owns a food truck. Listen. I want everyone to pay attention right now and figure out, how do I use this to my advantage? You got to be in the game to play it. So number one, if you don't have a business, shut up, go get a business. That's number one. Before we act off emotion and we don't know what the bill is saying because we allowed mainstream media to put out the worst or the best, but not the meat and potatoes that's inside, where you could have benefited if people weren't such clout chasers and they just want to get up here and trigger. They're trolling you, right? So they're going to choose the worst. What's going to have the most conversation out of this? Oh, let me slap that up on YouTube. Then we're going to talk about that. And then that's going to be conversation. Whole time, there was something in there to help you out of your situation. Right? Whole time, there was something there that could have brought you $20,000 at the end of the year. Yeah, you may have to wait at the end of the year. It could have brought you $60,000, depending on who's doing your taxes and what happened during the year. Right? Does that change your life if you have a plan? Freelancers, tutors, artists, even TikTokers with an LLC. Hello. They all get their business money passed through to their personal income. Why it matters in the bill. This bill gives big tax savings to pass-through businesses so the owner gets to keep more of their money instead of paying it in taxes. Now, is that a bad thing or good thing, United States of America? Talk to me. Right? Let me see how many people I got in here right now. We got 65 people in here. Talk to me. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? Go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button. If you are one of those 65 people in here right now that have not hit the like button, hit the like button. So, Chapter A, let's see, foreign tax credit. I don't want to get into that yet. Foreign derived eligible. Let's see. Let's deal with exemptions for limitation deductions. small business meals. So basically, all in all, you need a business, which you should have anyway. But what the federal government is saying is now we're going to open it up so that you have more ability to write things off. Now, I'm telling you right now, the people that have been playing this game, they about to play it to another level. So, I'm not your clergyman, but I'm going to tell you right now, you better play to win. Right? Don't get in here, flitting around. Don't get in here playing around. You better put the pedal to the metal. And if you don't know how to set up your business, I can help you for a fee. You understand? My email is JamelSaladin 2.0. That would be 2.0 at gmail.com. I'm not going to take as much as an attorney, but I will charge you for the knowledge. Yeah, that's how we're doing it now. I used to give this information away for free. It's not like it helped my channel grow by giving it out to you for free. So we are no longer in that vein of things. Extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. I don't know what that means. I mean, we can find out. Full expansion of domestic research and experimental What does this mean? Wait a minute. Hold up. I gotta offer up that one off. Hold on, y'all. I'll be back. My offer up is banging. I'm selling these retro game consoles. It has 50,000 games on it of the retro games from Neo Geo, Nintendo, Atari, all this stuff. I hear it going off in the other room. Hold on. Alright, back. Alright, let's find out what this means first of all. What does this mean? Oh, we got two people. Alright. Y'all want this party started, right? Alright. What does full expansion of domestic research and experimental expenditures mean? Let's break it down. Got the Facebook marketplace going off too. Your business, imagine this, you're a business and you spend money to invent a new type of phone, okay? Create better software, okay? Test out new flavors of soda, design a car safer seat. These activities are called research and experimental R&E expenditures, okay? Before this bill, businesses had to spread out, amortize the cost of that research over 5 years or more. That means they couldn't subtract or write off all the money they spent right away from their taxes. Now, with Section 70302, businesses can subtract the full... What? What? I don't know, y'all. So far, this bill is sounding okay to me. I don't know. Yeah, Spitfire, hold on. I'm going to go get him. I'm going to go get one to show you how they look. I'm just reading this right now, and Truth Lady says I'm not understanding. Hold on, Truth Lady. Maybe I am understanding. Maybe I am. But I listen, Truth Lady. You know I love your intelligence, right? So I like to hear your perspective. I love to hear your perspective too. The whole thing is to not be, but Trump has done this before, where something sounds good and is actually bad. So I'm not, but this sounds like it could be good. But he has done this before. But you can't be crystallized, right? So that even if he does bring something good and legit, you're like, yeah, but I hate you, so I don't want it. I don't think that's a good way for us to think either. So as we wait for our one and only Truth Lady to expand on that, see, there she goes. She said Trump is bound to the 1333. Okay, I guess we'll get into that right after this. After these messages, we'll be right back. Why that matters. More money back quicker for businesses, which is you, because you're going to pass through your expenses through your business. Pass through business. Encourages companies to do more research, invent stuff, and hire smart workers. Keeps American businesses competitively globally. If a company spends $1 million inventing something, they can now subtract the whole. If a company spends $1 million inventing something, they can now subtract the whole $1 million from their taxes right away, not little by little. Damn. I don't know. Truth Lady, right now I'm inventing some. I can't tell you who I'm doing it for. It's not really an invention, more as a. But let's see. Let's go up. I'm creating a software right now, and it says create a better software. I'm creating a software using Flowwise and Make to automate business procedures for a particular company. I'm not going to tell you what company. They're saying I can write this off. Now, everyone give me a second because I don't have any more up here and I left the box downstairs. And Spitfire wants to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some lo-fi for a second. Right? Give me a second. I'm going to put on some lo-fi. And I'm going to go get that. This way you don't have to listen to the fan make all this stupid noise. I'll be right back. So what you're gonna do is you could just actually cash at me. So I have 8 more left. My email is Jamel Saladin. Put my email down there. I have 8 more left. This is how it's gonna come. Spitfire wanted to know about it, so I went and got it for her. This is gonna be the dongle that connects to your TV. You need a USB TV, right? Or HDMI. That's the HDMI. Goes on the side. Right, then you're gonna, hold on. You're gonna put this piece in here. And then you get 2 controllers, right? And that's pretty much it. You get 50,000 games with this right here. 50,000 games from Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Neo Geo, was it Atari? PlayStation 3, Capcom, some other Chinese games, some wild games. So it's basically a game console. So that's what's going on, Spitfire. Right? You can look it up. I got it from 20. What does it say? 2.4 gigahertz wireless. So 50,000 games. Sega Genesis. Whatever came out on Sega Genesis. I don't know about Sega Dreamcast. I don't know about that. I don't know about that on Andy. Let me put my cash app up there. Alright, that's my cash app. $20 when I finish the show. You understand? What have I seen? You should just type in game console if it's for that. If it's not, put your email down there. I'll email you back. Put down my email. Alright, that's my email. Cool. Now, let's get back to this bad boy. Yeah. I'm so glad I looked into that right there. Now, I am curious, what do you mean by the 1333? Let's get into what the truth lady says so we have a balanced look at what's going on. Because I know, obviously, from what I'm reading, that this bill can affect people with larger amounts of money and the elite. Obviously, right? However, what I'm telling you is you have to play the game. You have to be in the game to play it. I'll let you know, I'm not really sure. I got on. I played a couple of games. Double Dragon. I was playing Contra. My daughter's out here playing Super Mario Brothers. She told me she beat it. I don't know. But then again, she did finish GTA. So let me not underestimate her game abilities. Now, if Truth Lady is still here, explain to me. Let me ask ChatGPT what you're talking about. One of my subscribers said that Trump is bowing to the 1333. What does she mean? That's what I thought. Okay. She's talking about the Illuminati, huh? Sonic symbolism refers to the 33 degree of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, considered the highest honorary level, often tied to rebellion, transformation, or hidden power in occult and Masonic circles. In the U.S., 13 is related to the original colonies. It seems like symbols, 13 stripes, yeah. The sun, we get it. 13 is the sun with the 12 zodiacs surrounding it. We get it. Conspiracy or spiritual allegories. Some in online truth communities say 13 represents the ruling bloodlines of Illuminati families. 33 often implies control through the Enlightenment. Yeah. 33 is the exact. If you take 330, then it would only take one more degree, you understand, to get to a full complete, which is 360, you know, saying that would be the 12. We understand this, games. We understand the mathematics of these things. Right? So, Truth Lady, I would ask for, because that is coming off more rhetoric than it is logical. And I want to look at this thing because he signed it into play, right? So it's going down regardless. So no matter who he signed it for, what I'm saying to us is we can get involved, but you have to play the game to be involved in the game. You have to be involved. Now you have to have a business. You need a business. Let's see what else we got. I'm liking how this sounds so far because, one, the type of money that you can write a return on and get back. Invent a new type of... You could just be bettering software. Like, we gotta get involved, right? And you can't use race as a reason you're still... Even if there was sabotage of the black community in this country, which there was, that has nothing with someone currently living saying, you know what, I'm going to learn this and I'm going to get involved. So we can't continue to use our past as a crutch if we're not getting involved for what's happening right now. You can't. We could talk about slave and black codes and redlining, and we could talk about all of that till we blue in the face. But that is to let us know what happened so that these are patterns and indications of when we see it again, how to move. That's not for us to lay down on the crutch and be like, yeah, I'm affected by that because this happened. Nah, get up and move your ass and learn something different, man. Black people, you're one of the most, creative people on this planet. And I don't know if there's ever going to be a time that no one has the time to see somebody shuck and jive. Right? There's always time to see somebody shuck and jive, and you're dancing out here on the train and fucking running up and down the court. and running through the field to get to the other end. But that's when these people have time to fucking shuck and jive. Understand? Excuse my pardon my language. Pardon. I apologize. There's some people that don't want the profanity. I get emotional at some time. Pardon me. Other people have time to shuck and jive and they watch you do that. But there's not enough opportunity there for as many black citizens in the world. So therefore, you have to get involved in other markets. It can't be all I'm going to play basketball, I'm going to play football, I'm going to run track. And even when you do that, have a backup plan of I'm going to run track till my legs can't work and then I'm going to fall back on blase blah. So this is not a conversation about, oh, Trump passed a big, beautiful bill. I don't know what's in the big, beautiful bill. This is why I'm going over it. I only know what the mainstream media told me. And they could have told me stuff to crystallize my opinion so that I hate it or love it. I don't know. I want to see what's in it for myself. This is what we're doing. Alright? So we went through that. Let's see what's this one about. So far, I don't have a problem with it. What about this? I'm sure there's some things in here I'm gonna greatly not agree with. I'm not saying I agree with this whole thing. I haven't read the whole thing. How can I say I don't agree with something or agree with it so far if I haven't read it? This section changes how interest on business loans a company is allowed to deduct from their taxes. Businesses often borrow money, loans, lines of credit to operate or expand. They pay interest on these loans, and that interest can usually be written off, deducted from their taxes. But these are rules limiting how much interest a business can deduct. These rules are tightened in 2017 Tax Cut Jobs Act, capping deductions at 30% of the company's income, depending on the year. Okay. It's modified those limits, likely making it easier for businesses to deduct more interest. Again, listen, if you don't have a business, then you hate this bill probably, because it has nothing to do with you. But what I'm telling you is, even if you have a business where you give advice, all you people that's gossiping and talking all day long, what I would do is call yourself a consultant, start an LLC. If you don't know how, my email is in the chat section, obviously, right? I'm going to probably charge you $150 on top of all the fees. Yeah. I'm probably going to charge you $150 on top of all the fees. And trust me, people have charged way more and taken advantage of people way more for not knowing how to do something. So I'm going to charge you $150, and I'm going to show you how to set it up. And you're going to set it up so this way, even when you're talking nonsense on the internet or gossiping at the barbershop, you could say you're consulting. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what they never told you. You got to be in the game to play the game. I could tell you some more stuff, but I'm not really into that type of telling you stuff. You got to hit me up. People crazy up here on the internet talking nuts. Imagine a business makes $100,000 in profit, pays $40,000 in loan interest. Under the old rule, they could only deduct $30,000. This change, okay, makes it cheaper for business to borrow money. I like it. I like that idea. I don't know about you guys. All right. Now, I'm very curious to see what this one is about. This whole paid family medical leave act credit. What is that about? What about this? Extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave means the government is giving tax breaks for businesses that offer their workers paid time off, having a baby, caring for a sick or loved one, recovering from their own serious illness. It extends the tax credit. The credit for offering paid family and medical leave was temporary. Now it's extended so businesses can keep using it. Businesses can now get larger tax savings if they offer more generous paid leave. They include part-time and low-wage workers, or if they go above. Oh! Oh, shit. Light bulb went off. Okay. So it says, let's say you run a small business and your employee takes 8 weeks off to care for her newborn, and you pay her during that time. Under this law, you get a tax credit for doing the right thing. The more you pay, the bigger the credit. Why it matters: encourages more companies to offer paid family leave, helps working family, especially women, makes the U.S. more aligned with other countries that already guarantee pay. I don't know how this is bad. Right? So you could say, yo, this is because he's part of the Illuminati. He might be. I never said he wasn't. But is the bill making sense? This part is. We didn't get to the military spending and all that crazy jazz yet. We still in the beginning of, we only at number 2. So I'm not saying this is this is the one. I'm just saying so far I done read some things, and mostly everything I read I'm in agreement with already. Uh-oh. What's this now? This one says increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain depreciable business assets means businesses can now deduct more money up front when they buy things like machinery, office equipment, work trucks, tools. Instead of slowly writing off the cost over many years called depreciation, they can now deduct in a bigger amount all at once. So I got 2 questions to answer. Truth Lady went off somewhere, and I needed you here, Miss Truth Lady. But she said she just got back to her keyboard. She got things to do. You missed a lot of the conversation. I thought you was just being quiet. Truth Lady, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, that he may be doing this for the Illuminati, but I'm saying there's some good things in this bill for people who have their own side business. That's what I'm saying. No, I haven't listened to what they're saying yet, right? Because they're probably talking about how this is gonna. I'm reading the bill with you right now, so I don't need to read with them what the economists are saying yet. I'm reading the bill with you. Right, we breaking the bill down section by section right now. Oh, okay. You heard everything. Okay, cool. Bustin' Nuts says so kids are not affected. Bustin' Nuts for what section, bro? What section are you talking about? We went over food and we're going over jobs right now. So I didn't say kids are not affected in this entire bill. I didn't say whether it was affected or not at all. So far, anything that has to do with kids in this that I went over is a benefit to kids, right? So they're not pulling your food stamps if you have kids. That's one of the things that's saving you from your food stamps getting pulled. So I know Larry P had mentioned something about small hats earlier. I don't know any small hats without kids. That's number one, Larry P. I get it, Truth Lady, but I'm not going to put everything into an economist because he may be being paid by a corporation or someone with their own agenda to make the conversation biased, right? There are a number of economists that I do like. However, I'm also smart enough to understand things and say, okay, let me weigh this out. This way, when I do listen to them, they may have a separate professional expert, things that foresight that I can't see because they've been in the game for so long. Yes, it's true. But I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to underplay my intelligence just because that's the field that they've been in for so long. You understand? So there's certain things. Yeah, Richard Wolff. I rock. Yeah, you guys know I rock with Richard Wolff. I definitely rock with Richard Wolff, right? And if we're gonna be honest, Richard Wolff is extremely intelligent, but he's a little triggered. And this is what I'm saying. I know who Richard Wolff is. Know who Richard Wolff is, but he's a little triggered. So when I pick up signs of an economist being a little triggered, a little biased, I still listen to them, but I take what they say with a grain of salt because I understand that they lean to one side more than the other. Businesses can now deduct, and I hope he read the bill. Right? But don't worry, I will be listening to him because I am interested in what he has to say about this. No, I didn't say. Truth Lady, did I say anything about Richard Wolff being a Zionist? Where did that come into play? I said biased, right? You could be biased and not be a Zionist. Meaning you could just be against the person who wrote the bill. Right? You could just... We're not saying he's for this or that. I said he's triggered, right? He's when I listen to him, which I enjoy doing. Understand, I enjoy listening to Richard Wolff. Someone makes these YouTube videos with him talking, and I just listen as I drive. I just listen for hours. Oh, okay. Yeah. A lot of it, even... Not just the economists, like so many people has taken the Zionist money, and it is kind of really we're supposed to be making America great again at the end of the day. Let's get into this. Oh, Larry P. Getting back to you. I don't know that many Jewish people without kids, bro. You understand? Because when you hit a certain age, they expect, as in their culture, for you to get married and have kids, be fruitful and multiply. Those was the instructions. So for the most part, even though there is a good population of Hasidic Jews on food stamps, for the most part, they will be okay because they have children. Now, what I'm saying to you, we are intelligent people, right? I'm an intelligent person. Now, I'm using the help of an AI because I don't want to bore my show by reading every word. So, as I'm asking about the section, I already gave the document to ChatGPT. So, ChatGPT is not pulling this information from out of nowhere. ChatGPT is pulling it from this document that I gave it. Right? This is a PDF that I gave to ChatGPT, and now I'm asking it to read the section and tell me what that section is about so that we don't waste time. I don't need Richard Wolff for that. I don't need nobody for that. And if he's not going to do that, and there's a lot of stuff in here, and that's what I'm saying. Most places are not going to do that. Go do it individually. They're going to give you what they want to tell you. You here right now on the Poker Face Society, I'm running through it with you. So you know what's going down. Now, this is another bill that I found to be very good. It says, let's say you run a small moving company and buy a $150,000 truck. Under old rules, you might have to deduct $30,000 a year. Now you'll be able to do, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Now you may be able to deduct the $450,000 right away, lowering your tax bill big time. Encourages businesses to invest in new equipment. Yeah, well, you understand? This doesn't mean too much as anybody else. It may mean to me because I have a trucking company that I plan to put back on the road this year. So that's why I'm more interested in this, right? You got to be involved is what I'm telling you. Yes, I hear. Listen, I already said you can't trust everything, right? Because he will turn some things against you. But you're not giving me a good enough reason to be like, okay, that doesn't make sense. This does make sense. And also, you understand that if you're playing with something that's highly volatile, meaning you got the government and they say things and then they renege or they say something like, let's make America great again. You vote for them and then they decide not to make America great again. And if this is a pattern, what you have to do at some point is understand what the pattern is. First of all, understand the pattern, right? Then you have to understand, I'm just being real here, that talking about it alone is not going to do anything unless you're going to mobilize, right? So we can get on here and we can conversate about something, and then what? Right? If you're not reaching out to your congressman, if you're not writing your senator, if you're not trying to intimidate them with the amount of votes that you can control in a certain district, it's not going to mean as much. So when I say you have to get involved and play the game, if you don't have a business and you're not doing any of these things, but you're just online, it's like, okay, where do you go after that? Larry P says, I know some fine single women in the projects with no kids who may want to reproduce now. But Larry P, this has been happening a lot, Larry P. This has been Larry P. What you saying is not even the new hustle for women. women in this, I'm going to say, in my opinion, more women in the South have been doing this, but that could be a gross overstatement or a grossly mistake to say. It may be women across the board who have been like, you know what, I'm about to have kids. Not because they want kids or love kids, because it makes it easier for them to get food, housing, and government assistance. That's just the bottom line. Now, they didn't say it was going to be an increase. Well, if you have a certain amount of kids, but how many kids you plan on having in the next 2 years? I mean, you can only have so many kids in the next 2 years. I don't know why that would be your choice of hustle. I'm going to have kids. I mean, in 2 years, you could actually have an HVAC degree certification. You could, in 2 years, you could learn electricity. Observing the facts. What's good, bro? I mean, 2 years. Why would you choose to have kids so that you can get free food? When you could just stay off the internet for 2 years and go sit in a vocational class for 2 years. And wake up with your whole entire life changed. Larry P said the people who think like that enjoy the freedom of having nothing to do. And they do nothing with that time. My bro observing the facts. With the 6, the layman perspective. I like it. And look. Larry P is making sense. So we're talking about, now can we blame that on the government? Do we blame an unmotivated person on the government? Larry P makes perfect sense. Larry P says a vocational class and a career that will disqualify them from $40 rents. Come on, man. Come on. What I'm saying is this. There's no reason for your whole outfit to cost $500,000, $2,000. I'm seeing some of these outfits on, right? There's no reason for your purse to be $500, your shoes to be $300, your shirt to be $250, and you don't have an LLC, you don't have a business that you could. Now, the man done gave. I can't just get with barbershop talk and rhetoric, right? So I don't care about how you feel about Donald Trump right now. What I'm telling you is if I'm reading something and I'm telling you you could write off your personal business through this right now, through your business, why would I need to listen to somebody to tell me, but this is a bad idea? Will you benefit from it as much as rich people? Hell no. And they're going to get away with it. But you're going to get away with it at your level. Or you don't have to do it. And you could wake up and you didn't take advantage of any of it. And you could wake up. But if you're going to be here, I would I would get involved. That's what I'm telling you. Play the game. SLP, ground sound music, you're absolutely right. Right? So, we understand Jim Crow. We understand what happened, and it's not that it went away. But at some point, you have to analyze the game and say, okay, I'm not going to sit here talking to I'm blue in the face, coming up on YouTube every day, saying the same thing. Nothing changes. At some point, I got to change with the game. You ever heard of a book called The Spook Who Sat by the Door? And the movie is free up on YouTube. The movie's on YouTube, man. The Spook Who Sat by the Door is a fictional story of the first black CIA officer and of the CIA's history of training persons in political groups who later used their specialized training in gathering intelligence, political subversion, and guerrilla warfare against the CIA. The novel has been characterized as a part thriller, but satire, and part social commentary. See, this is what they don't want younger black people to even know about, right? This is an older book. So we have to continue to educate our youth instead of older people acting like young people, right? You got Jim Jones out here. He wants to be young forever. He's out here. He's doing. Listen, if you're 50 years old, my man, and your face is gray and you look like Grady, it is time. You can stay in contact with the youth, but at that point, you have to start being an elder of your community and giving back and re-educating. So, there's no time for us to repeat ridiculous things like don't become an officer. Right? We're focusing on the wrong things. If you don't become an officer, if we don't become officers, then we're not in a position to police ourselves. But then you hate when another race polices you. These are ridiculous things, arguments to have. Let's put less attention on singing, dancing. I almost hate the fact that we are so good at singing and dancing and throwing balls and running up and down, because we're not nearly as involved in the sciences as we should be, in the development of the infrastructure, the framework that we operate out of. We're out here doing everything else except being involved, and it is, to be quite honest, discouraging and ridiculously pitiful. We have to get involved in the intellectual creation of the reality that we exist in. I'm not telling the black race to do anything that I wouldn't tell the United States. The United States running around talking about we're number one, we're number one. How are you number one? Your kids can't read. We out here doped up. We're obese and fat. What are you chanting we're number one at a game for if we're not one? We're not number one. We're not number one, bro. That's the reality. We're number one. What? Number one. Rents is sky high. You talk about we're number one. You create these ridiculous pricing bubbles for everything until you can't go no more. Like we are such a ridiculous people. Rents are sky high. Housing market, it just goes and goes until it just blows. Wages out of control in both directions. And we're number one. And you have no one at the wheel. Everyone is going for the china closet and getting what they can get to put in their suitcase. And hopefully, as they jump off the boat, the china doesn't break in their suitcase, right? You got half of the Senate with a dual citizenship to Israel. Well, to me, that's just you went to the china closet, grabbed what you could get, and now you're about to jump off the boat. And if anything, hey, you could land on your feet safe and sound in Israel for all you care, right? And the whole time, the whole 20 years that you sat in the Senate and you sat in Washington, what'd you do? You walked away and you were able to money launder at least 15 million. Hey, I'll just spend the rest of my years here. Now, like I said, they have the movie, The Spook Who Sat by the Door, right there on YouTube for free. Why don't you go ahead and watch that? We don't have this type of this kind of revolutionary thinking no more with the black youth. Now they're all more concerned with killing each other. At a higher frequency than ever before. Why is that? Because the elders don't want to become elders. So as soon as they turn 40, they say 40 is the new 30. Shut up. What are you talking about? 40 is the old 40, stupid. Now, go get yourself together, wash your face, and act mature. Stop being stupid. Otherwise, who's going to teach the youth? If you want to stay young forever, who's going to teach them? And they're not stupid. They know, like, yo, you shouldn't be acting like me, bro. I'm in my 20s, bro. You look crazy out here doing what I do. They're not dumb. They're just laughing at you. But you're doing everyone a disservice by not stepping up to the plate and saying, my time has come. I'm 50 years old. I must act accordingly. I must act accordingly. Anyway, I like that part. What else we got going on? Special depreciation allowance of qualified property, enhancement of advanced manufacturing investment credit, and spaceports are treated like airports. Let's find out what the hell are they talking about here. I don't know what they're talking about here. You guys are back? She did your nails that fast? You got your nails done that fast?
Yeah, I always have an appointment, and she was actually, no one was there, and it was quick. It's when I go do nails and a pedicure together is what takes forever.
Alright.
And you would have been home a long time ago, but it's very disgusting out there with all these people that don't live here and the traffic on this 209 road.
Alright. I'm on the line. I'm on the live. Alright. The government is saying spaceports, places where rockets launch into space, will now be treated like airport when it comes to getting special tax-free funding. There's a thing called exempt facility bonds. These are low-interest tax bonds that help finance big public projects like airports, docks. Okay. If Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos wants to build a new space launch, they can now partner. So that sounds like some type of money laundering business, underhanded table business that they had going on there. I don't see the need. I mean, how many spaceports are we actually going to build? 2, right? It's not us. So it sounds like this was specifically written into the bill for Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, which I don't particularly. It's not a good thing, right? That's not a good thing and has the potential to turn sour at any point. And it didn't sound like it was going to be a good thing before I even looked at it. What else we got going on? We got, that being the case, I want to get into some more space stuff. Investing in families and damn. Enhance employer-provided child care credit, enhance adoption credit, recognizing Indian tribal governments, enhancement of dependent care assistance. I seen some space stuff down here I want to get into. There's a lot of this stuff that's good. I doubt I'm probably not even going to get to. I mean, it's 3 hours. I gotta start to get ready. We gotta get ready to go. But hold on, before I do. Committee on Health Education. Yeah. Damn, I can't go nowhere yet. Pell Grant. I want to talk about pensions. Committee of Homelands. But I want to talk about these damn space programs. Immigration law, culture, nutrition. Alright, let's do this. Space. 5076. Space launch. Re-entry. Committee on Science and Transportation. There we go. Found it right away. Space launch, re-entry, licensing, and permitting user fees. Yep. What the hell is this about? Alright. The space launch, re-entry, and licensing permitting user fees. This section allows the government to charge fees to private space companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin. Government to charge fees to okay. Apply for a license to launch a rocket into space. Apply for a license to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. So it sounds like more money laundering between a group of friends, Trump, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos. Why charge fees? Launching a rocket isn't like starting a lemonade stand. It takes safety reviews, environmental checks, airspace coordination with the FAA, risk assessment. Sounds like ridiculousness. Let's get into this. Mars missions, Artemis missions, and Moons to Mars program. This section gives support and funding to NASA's major deep space exploration program, especially Artemis missions, NASA's return to the moon program. I mean, how long does it take you to return to the moon, NASA, if you ever went? If you ever went, like, how long does it take you to return to the moon, bro? Artemis goal: land the first woman and first person of color on the moon. Okay, now we're getting ridiculous. What are we talking? But what are you talking about? The first person of color on the moon? Who cares what color the person is? What? Ridiculous. I don't want this funded. I do not want this funded. How about you guys worried about just landing one person on the damn moon? The goal is to land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon? That's your goal? Long-term goal: build a base camp and test technology for Mars. Future missions to send humans to Mars includes testing of life support systems, spacecrafts, and robotic missions ahead of the human trip. Moon to Mars. The big picture plan to go from orbiting and landing on the moon, learning how to live and work in space long term, then eventually sending astronauts to Mars. You guys are ridiculous, man. You guys are ridiculous. Yeah, they done converted the DEI budget and incorporated and meshed it up with outer space exploration. This thing is totally out of control. Not with that at all. That's ridiculous. Corporate average fuel economy civil penalties. Alright? Payments for lease of Metropolitan Washington airports. No. Reduction in annual transfer to no. Public wireless supply chain innovation. No. I mean, all right. Let's go back up. All right, it says this chapter, and we're talking about providing permanent tax relief for middle-class families and workers. All right, permanent tax relief for middle-class families and workers. This chapter extends the lock-in tax cuts from the 2017 Trump tax law, officially known as the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which were originally set to expire in 2025. Main thoughts. Lower individual tax rates made permanent. Okay. Keeps higher standard deductions. Right. Eliminates marriage penalty. Okay, simple summary. Congress is saying, let's make the Trump era tax cuts for the middle class permanent, especially the... Okay. Who benefits the most? So again, this has more to do with the taxes, especially the lower tax rates, higher child credit and larger standard deductions so working families can keep more of their paycheck. I get it. But I think it's a lot of hype without even reading this. It's going to be more. I don't know, but from my experience, it's usually fluff and lies. Extension of treatment of certain individuals' performance services in the Sinai Peninsula, an enhancement to include additional areas. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Why would that be in here? Why would that be in here? What? Oh God. Oh God. What is this about? This section continues to expand a special tax benefit for Americans working in dangerous overseas areas like the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. What the fuck are you working over there for? Excuse my language. It's mostly likely referring to the combat. This is bullshit. So you're gonna have a corporation basically that's able to take who's gonna go over there and do shit that they're not supposed to be doing over there, and they're gonna get paid to do it. SLP says they are claiming that launching space and re-entering causes environmental damage. Yeah, SLP, because we're stupid, right? But if you pay for a license, you're allowed to corrupt the environment. Right, SLP, because we're dumb. That's it. Right? What are they going to do, SLP? Huh? What are they gonna do? They told us the same thing about food and drugs, right? And remind me again, SLP, what did they do besides create an office to sit there and look at people poison our food and offer us drugs that were addictive? I'm sorry. I'm saying you did the same thing. So, you know, there's a lot of money within what's the word that I'm looking for? To administration fees. There's a lot of money within administrative fees. So they create these departments and they say oversight. That's the word. There's a lot of money in oversight. Right? So now, once you create oversight, an area of oversight, who knows how much is going to fall under that one umbrella of that area. Totally ridiculous, SLP, for them to be like, no, you need your blood. I'm telling you right now, you need a license to fly into space, bro. And if you don't do it right, you know, so let us take a look at it. Shut up. You've never been out of space. None of you's been out of space, bro. What do you can't tell him. He can't even. He's been spending millions of dollars and excited that they've gotten nowhere, right? He's excited that he's broken the part of the stratosphere. Part of the stratosphere. They're celebrating breaking part of the stratosphere. Now, why would people be celebrating breaking part of the stratosphere if you've been to the moon already? None of you guys have been to the moon. So it sounds like more money laundering going on. You're not going to get to... Listen. You're not getting back to Mars without the help of the Federation Council. You're not gonna get, and they would have to expose themselves. You're not getting back to Mars, bro, without their help. It's crazy. They said, nah, we gotta charge you, bro, if you wanna go out of space. Nah, we gotta charge you. Trying to go out of space? Nah, Lord, let me see. How much is it gonna be? Oh, shit. Let me talk about 1, 2, 3. Shit. I don't know, but I gotta get back to you. Ask my mans. But I can't let you go for free. And then, once you get out there, you gonna stay out there? Nah, we coming back. Ah, oh, hell no. That's gonna be even more. You trying to come back? That's wild, my boy. I could do you. Let me talk to some people. We're gonna get you right. I can get it done. I just gotta talk to a few people. Talk to my man in Brooklyn. He gotta talk to a guy that knows a guy. This is ridiculous. This is crazy. What are they talking about? Now they talk about this tax benefits. Yo, if you plan on working in Mount Sinai in Egypt, you know what I'm saying? We give you a tax credit. Yo, this bill is nuts. Yo, section 70-118 says extension of, hold on, let me just blow that up so you can see what's going on here, right? It says extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional. Why do we need a bill that includes anybody working in Egypt? And guess where that is hidden at? That is hidden in the providing permanent tax relief for middle class families and workers. This is stupid. Yo, this whole thing is crazy. You need that, Venezuela? I got you, my G. Cash at me. Flood the market. Easy, Venezuela. Easy, man. You easy. Extension and modification and exclusion from gross income. So, look, this is what I want to point out to you guys. They just threw something very stupid in the middle of things that probably weren't already making sense. Right? So, extension of rollovers from qualified tuition programs to able accounts permitted. Right? So, that's that. But then, out of nowhere, bro, already, Vinny, already. You done already. Easy. Look, in between two things, one of them don't make no sense at all. So they went straight from the qualified tuition program to giving tax benefits to people who might get a job in Egypt. To back to, look, 117, 118, 119. Let's break it down. 117, you're dealing with tuition program. 118, for some strange reason, they jump to anybody that wants to work in Egypt, specifically in the Mount Sinai Peninsula. Then 119, they just jump straight back into extensions and modifications of exclusions from gross income of student loans. How does this make sense? This is the type of nonsense they do. Then, when I asked ChatGPT what this is about, ChatGPT is confused. It says, most likely referring to the combat zone tax exclusion or similar rules where the U.S. military or certain civilian personnel working in hazardous areas can exclude some income from federal. That's exactly what it's doing. I get what it's doing, but why is it there? Number one, and somebody's going to take advantage of this. So what they didn't want to do was they didn't want to put it in the military portion of the bill because they would have asked more questions. So they threw it in the most stupid and random place. Oh, I understand what's going on. I understand what's going on geopolitically, right? But what I'm saying is that's why it's here. Do you see the section it's in? Yes, I understand. I already know that, Truth Lady. I'm trying to explain to the layman, to the average person, and break down what's going on. I know why they did it, but why isn't it in the military section of this bill? Why did they throw it in a bill that has to do with tax relief for middle-class families and workers? You understand? That's why I like to take my time. That's why I like to take my time. I don't need nobody to explain this part for me. Some so-called expert. Nah, I got a thing between my two ears that work. No way in the world this thing belong over here. But again, if you put too much in a section for military, it's going to raise too many eyebrows. But it is absolutely a necessity because of what Truth Lady is saying. They have to position themselves over there. This has to do with the IDF. Correct. I agree with you. And she says, what does that have to do with the U.S.? Nothing. Nope. That does not make America great again. So there's going to be no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on a car loan interest. That's good. Trump accounts and contribution pilot program. Trump accounts. What? What? What is this? Yo, your man is crazy. Yo, I love going through this. You never know what you're gonna find, bro. It's all crazy. Let's see what this is. This section creates something called Trump accounts, which are a new type of retirement savings account. And no, they're not personal accounts for Donald Trump. The name is just tied to branding of the policy, not the person. It's designed to help low and middle income Americans save money for retirement. Encourage people who don't have a 401k or pension to work to pension through work to start saving. Think of it like a starter savings account for retirement backed by the government. Pilot program. This section sets up a trial run to test how well these accounts work, not nationwide yet. Automatic enrollment. Workers may be automatically enrolled in the program by employers unless they opt out. Portable accounts. If you switch jobs, the account goes with you, just like both the IRA. Government contributions. The program may allow for matching funds or starter bonuses to encourage savings. Shit. Tell me what y'all think about that. Tell me what y'all think about that. Is that bad? Well, Social Security might be out the window. But let me know if you would encourage someone young to enroll in this. You know what my concerns will be? How stable is it? Because just like Truth Lady said, this is the same thing that Social Security was supposed to be. Then they started borrowing from the Social Security and gutting it out. So now Social Security will be eliminated, and they're going to come in with something else. Is this something else, or is another administration from the other side? Right? Trump is what? He won as a Republican. Suppose a Democrat comes in and writes an executive order. Then, if everyone invests their money into this, what happens? Is it matched, or do you just get your money back, or is your money stolen? Do they come back for the money and say this was never set up legally? Like, you can't put nothing past this government. You know? So, I like listen, theoretically, I love the idea. Theoretically, I love the idea because not everyone has a 401k. And listen to me. You listen to me, man. If you're 40 years old and you realize you done jerked around most of your life, and all of a sudden he got a match game going on, he gonna match you, and for the next 25 years you just, stroking. You just go to work. Next 25 years, you getting it. He matching that bad boy. You gonna be alright. You won't necessarily be eating cat food, right? But again, this is predicated upon if they're one, telling the truth. If they're two, if there's a way that this cannot be. I think more things need to be put on this to make sure that it's not destroyed, falls apart. It says this was created to try to solve the retirement crisis where millions of Americans have no savings, giving working class people a simple low fee way to save for the future. It helps workers build financial security. I like the idea. Think of it like a starter 401k for everyone's working. See, you can save your own money, but if the thing is, the benefit here is that they're talking about it being matched. Even SSI didn't have this. SSI just takes out your check, and then I'm not sure what type of interest you kind of gain from that, but you're not getting no it wasn't matched. And I kind of agree with you there, truthfully. I think this is the beginning of the end for SSI. SSI is over, so it just takes someone in the room to have the courage to say, hey, we all know SSI is over. What do we do? What is the contingency plan? That's all they're talking about. But this is, in my opinion, it's a better contingency plan. I'm asking you guys, what do you think? I like it. All right, it's 1 o'clock. think I'm gonna go now because I gotta get ready. This is what we do. Let's stay on this topic for a while. Right? Let me look at the polls. So it says helping. I asked in the poll, do you think this bill helps regular working Americans or just the wealthy and powerful? 30% of the people said it helps working Americans. 34% says it only helps the wealthy. 18% says it hurts the poor and middle class, and 18% says it's still not sure. We got 288 votes. So, thank you everyone for your super chat. Thank you everyone for your Cash App. I gave you my email address. If you're interested in me mailing you one of these bad boys here, 50,000 games on it. You understand? These are legacy games. These are not PlayStation 5 games or PlayStation 4 games. PlayStation 3, yes. Nintendo, yes. What else? Sega Genesis, yes. Neo Geo, yes. Some type of other game there. Right? I got these bad boys for 20. If I gotta ship it, you pay your own shipping. I'm not paying for your shipping. And I have 8 more left. SLP says it means the American are that are working for themselves and their people. The Americans are actually working for them to maintain their power and control of everything. Oh, slowly spell it. Email. JAMEL SALADIN 2.0 at gmail.com. Email me. Be Cash App ready. I'm not really looking to have an external conversation. You understand? I want to talk about this money. Yeah. Uncle Andy said 20 bones on. Yeah. There was for hire, but now I'm just trying to liquidate them. You understand? When I first came out the gate, it was at 50. Then, you know what a lot of wholesalers do? They play these games where they're wholesaling and retailing, which is ridiculous. It's like, you shouldn't do that as a wholesaler. If you're gonna wholesale. But the game is messed up, so you get wholesalers that end up retailing, selling their wholesale price to the retailers. So that's where we at. Nah, I'm not saying that, Spitfire. I wasn't saying it to you directly. I'm on the internet. I'm not only talking to you, Spitfire. I'm talking to everybody else. Listen, Spitfire, the internet, if you have not seen, the internet is a very weird place. If you didn't see what's been going on with me in the last 2 weeks. So the internet is a very weird place. Very weird. And I just, I'm not from even a world like this where it's just like so chaotic. Um, so I try to keep everything boom, 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 boom. You understand? Otherwise, you meet that one weird person, you're like, yo, what is going on? What? It's crazy. SLP says, I meant to say that the American are not working for themselves, but instead they're working for those in power. Well, that's where things are definitely going. Thank you, Uncle Andy. Thank you, Uncle Andy. So, yep. Yes, yes. Please include the email, the shipping cost. I appreciate you. I would say this would be a small. This would be a medium size, right? So whatever medium size domestic, you can go with that one. Medium size domestic, you can go with that one. Easy Venezuela. Easy Venezuela, bro. You the bro. I don't wanna do it to you, bro. There's a lot of things that was said that nobody knows what they're talking about. That's why nobody's talking about it. You understand, Venezuela? So there's people talking who don't know what they're talking about, and then there's people talking just to be talking. So if it's like, if you don't know what you're talking about, really, then don't even get into that conversation, because I assure you, people don't know what they're talking about when it comes to that. They have no idea, and I'm not here to tell them, because that's not what we do in the United States, and that's not what we do on Earth. You understand? SLP has said something before. All right, so the reason SLP. Yeah. Stay on your frequency, truth lady. Don't. I allow Venezuela to come over here, but if I'm respectfully asking not to say things and you keep saying it, then I just block you from the channel, and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? So you have to make up your mind which is more better for you, to keep a relationship or to continue to troll on something that you don't know. Nobody knows. There's a lot that wasn't said. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is not. People don't think. They just internet crazy. They just talk to talk, and it's crazy. Okay. Internet is a weird place. Anyway, SLP was saying, this is the reason I like this bill, SLP. Suppose you own your own trucking company and you're a single person, single driver. The things you could pass off through your personal taxes now, right? That's number one. Number two, it also allows you to get involved in a 401k, which is awesome if they don't muck it up. But you don't know if they're going to muck it up until the next president comes in and signs off 300 executive orders now, which now tears down the 401k plan that you've been investing in for the last 2 years. Barlow, you know how this thing go, bro. Barlow. It's crazy, bro. We just not from these. I guess it's a clash of generations, but not really though. You know what I'm saying? Like how? Like I'm not from a place where you would just say things just to say things. Like this is a crazy place. Knowing that it's gonna put you in trouble. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This place is crazy. Hey. It's crazy. Anyway, SOP, that's what I was saying, right? And it's not, I'm just using truck driver because that is something I plan to start doing again next month. Get back in the rig. So that, like I said, if I have a plan, a 25-year plan, and they matching what I'm making, and then I get the compound interest from that, let's not sleep on that, Playboy, right? But we not only talk about the truck driver, we talk about the tip worker, the guy, the servant, the dishwasher, not necessarily the dishwasher, but the waiter at Roof Chris. You understand? Now the waiter at Roof Chris, they making their little 1-2, they making some good money. As long as they are a company, you know, as long as they write that off. Well, that's not even what the bill is saying, but the bill is just saying like, now you don't have to worry because even as a waiter, you can invest in a 401k plan that the government is going to match, and then you get the compound interest. That's the key right there, the compound interest. You can say that, but you can't say that, Larry P. Right? Because understand what was said in the bill that is undeniable. It's the matching part, right? So you could, and this is my opinion, Larry P. If you only talking about taking my money and investing it, I don't need that. That is not the benefit. No, we getting out of here anyway, Truth Lady. We getting out of here, so you're not gonna type again. That's not the benefit. The benefit, Larry P, hear me out, and SLP, the benefit is this. The benefit is the match. You gotta understand the match in the compound. The match in the compound interest is crazy. Yeah, Barlow. That's a fact. You know, Barlow, I was raised different. You know what I'm saying? They told me no tattoos and don't talk. They told me no tattoos and don't talk. You know what I'm saying? So I went like, I was just raised different when they took me off the stoop. And that's that. All right, I want you guys to think about what I said about the compound interest on the match. That could change your life in 25 years. Right? Get the calculator. That'll change your life. And that's just not for truck drivers. That's for anybody that's making money out there. Thank you, Uncle Andy. I'm going to respond to you as soon as I get off this, and we'll send that out. Easy. Vinny's gone. Sorry, Vinny. It was good having you over here while I had you, but they tried to tell you to chill out. You wouldn't chill, bro. If you haven't figured out by now, I'm not an internet person. I have a show on the internet, but I'm not an internet person. I'm not an internet person. If you haven't figured that part out yet. Easy, bro. Easy. All right. We're done here. If you want my full, here's my take on it. So far, I like the bill. I still have to read more, and I'm going to read more on my own time. You know what I'm saying? There obviously is money laundering put in there for him and his friends. Duh. Did you expect him to write a bill with no money laundering? Word? You wanted him to write a bill with no money laundering for him and his friends? But what I can say is, All right, SLP, I got what you're saying, but here's the deal. What if you do live that long? That's a lot of, here's the problem. When we was young, we was like 18, 19, we was like, yo, we never thought we was going to be 30 anyway. And then the problem is you do become 30 and you like, damn, I could have went and I could have learned this. I could have learned HVAC. I could have been a plumber. But we was out here on bullshit time thinking like, yo, I'm going to die before 30 anyway. I don't give a fuck. And then you didn't die. All you did was just went to jail and did fucking time and you came out and you still hit 30, right? So what you're saying is kind of like the same thing. Like, yo, you might not even live that long anyway. And then what happens? You do hit 65. You do hit 70. And you don't got a motherfucking thing when you had an opportunity even to put in a little 15 years of them matching it. So, let's do that. Let's do the mathematics on this. Say you got... Let's type it out. Say you have a 40K job a year and your retirement plan allows you to invest up to 10%? Let's say 7%. 7% a check and your investment will be matched. Suppose you did that for 25 years and that was in a account that had compound interest that never went negative. One, how much approximately think the person could retire with, and then let's see, it was two things in my head. How much a person I can't think of the other one. So let's just go with that for right now and see where we come up with it. So this is what I'm saying. Because of the match, because of the match, and because two of the compound interest on the match, you can have a $40,000 job and retire with $354,000. That's what I'm saying. don't be like, yo, people don't live that long though. You could die. But if you don't die, then what? Now you here at the loose spot. Of course I'm gonna give you the $5. Yo, man, what's good? Thing is, I'm not gonna be at the loose spot. That's the thing. If I see you at the loose spot, am I giving you $5? Yes. Let me just say that right away. Say, I don't act. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Mel acting like he too good. And then that part, convo with Upstate, that part, health is wealth. So you know what I'm saying? You fuck around and make it to 65. You've been talking this on. We gonna die before that anyway. You made it to a full fucking 79. You understand? And all you had, and if the government is, well, I'm telling you right now, that's a good fucking plan. They talking some matching shit. We gotta see what they talking about. They talking about 100%. Man, if you don't get your ass in that plan, right? But I'm not saying look into the plan. Make sure you protect it. Once they start writing that, read. This ain't a plan you want to just jump in head first and just be like, nah, Sologene said it was good. Now you better read the fine print, because if they talk about this joint could go belly up and they not involved, they not involved, they not responsible for your money. No. Leave that joint right there, and you go. There's other accounts that are for all of that. You could listen. For all of that, just put your money in a whole life insurance. You're gonna get out the same guaranteed same guaranteed rate, right? They don't match it, but what they'll do is, like New York Life, for the most part, they still here. They still here giving out life insurance policies, but most of us don't know about the whole life insurance policy that you can borrow from. Look into New York Life whole life insurance. That's all I'm gonna tell you, right? So if you looked into this right here on this bill and it sounded like fugazi, right? I'm gonna look into it because it sounds good for me and mine. I'm not saying you got to do what I do. But if your job does not offer anything that's matching, I'm not going to be like, oh, because Trump offered it, I'm not taking it. What? I think it's called the Big Beautiful Bill for a reason. There is a lot of things in here that sounds ridiculous, but there are some things in here that if you're part of the system, if you're part of the game, you're playing the game, that is going to benefit you. And that's all I'm saying, right? But listen, shout out to Barlow, 2L's Up. Shout out to Uncle Andy. Shout out to Larry P. Shout out to Boondocks. Shout out to SLP. Shout out to Spitfire. Shout out to Truth Lady. Shout out to Trisha. Venezuela was over here trolling for a little bit till we had to kick him up out of here. He wouldn't let it go. The troll community is the troll community. Right? They don't know how to stop. Shout out to the whole entire troll community. Y'all don't know how to stop. Y'all just go until y'all can't go no more. Crazy. Shout out to Convo with Upstate. Yo, the internet is the craziest place I've ever witnessed in all my years of life. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. This was a wonderful show. I appreciate everybody coming over. Thank you. I'm about to get on top of these. You understand? Respond to the emails. Whoever wanted these, I'll be responding to you, shipping those joints out. Thank you for the cash apps. And that's that. Y'all continue to enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you. And I'll talk to you guys this later. All right? Peace out, man.